So as a warning, at the beginning of this one, in order to explain what I'm thinking and what kind, to some degree, although I can't remember it exactly, went through my head as I played through that previous bit of the game in that previous recording, I would have to, it would require me to list out very intensive spoilers of other games that were written by the same author, the same scenario writer as this game. That's kind of a mean thing to do in a Let's Play, to spoil other games besides the one you're trying to Let's Play. Usually, sometimes the audience is not anticipating that and thinks that maybe they'll want to play those games later. So I might try to do something where I manage the time, like the chapters. Gold. Wrong thing. Where I manage the YouTube timeline. I'm going to mute the game audio and just forget to unmute it later because I want to have this just be my voice. To try to give you a description of how to skip forward so you skip those spoilers. However, I tend to forget to do that. I don't often go back and listen to the audio or the video of my recordings very intently before filling out, titles and descriptions and things. So it's very likely that I'd forget. But maybe if someone reminded me in a comment, I could already go back and do it, because you can always go back and edit the description. So what's this all about? There was a game that Kotaro Uchikoshi was part of writing way back in around 2002. It came out for the Dreamcast and the PS2, and then later PC. And it's one of the few games of that era that was actually commercially translated to English. And the game was called Ever 17. And I recorded a Let's Play of it. It's on my channel as a playlist. But you'll see why I'm bringing up Ever 17 in detail once I explain. And I actually mentioned it in brief passing in an earlier recording. There's a character. There's two. The Ever 17 has a twist, and it involves having a similar incident happen at a time interval apart. Ever 17, it's 17 years apart. And you as the player can observe it happening either when it first happens or 17 years later. I like to call them the 2017 instance and the 2034 instance. But it's not obvious to the player at first that he's looking at two separate instances that are happening at a wide time interval apart. The game is designed to make the player think that they're actually looking at the same instance. Similar to similar in a way to AI the Somnium Files 2. I'll get to how later. And then of course as you go through the game, it all kind of unravels. And you figure out this is actually, you're not looking at two different perspectives of the same incident, you're actually looking at two separate incidents. So how can you make an incident happen chronologically in the fantasy story 17 years apart, or several years apart, and make it look the same? I mean, the characters would have aged up 17 years. Well, there's a list of tricks. The biggest one, and the one that's most unique to Ever 17 and what it's most known for, and Uchikoshi still hasn't quite copied to the extent at which it was done in Ever 17, although Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward did it to a lesser degree and in a more primitive sense, is kind of irrelevant to this discussion, so I'm not going to talk about it. There are a couple characters where there's a certain special trick he does that I'm not going to talk about because it's not redone in AI. But two of the tricks that are important here is one is simply just make a character immortal or make it so that character doesn't age. That's real simple. One of the characters just didn't age, and that's how they look the same 17 years apart. Another way to do it which Ever 17 also did, is actually not them be the same character, but one character is the clone, which in Ever 17's case was made 17 years into the lifetime of the previous character. What I mean by that is somebody gets cloned. The age at which they get cloned is the size of the time interval, such that they and their clone are the same age when each one of the incidents occurs. And in the case of Ever 17, the older of the two clones, the mother, lied to the daughter, or the clone, telling her that her name was the same as her mother's name, and the backstory of her dad, even though she didn't have a dad because she was a clone, was the same as the backstory of her dad, so that she would think that her backstory was the same as the person who's cloned was backstory, so that she would act the same and give the same backstory as the original. But this is like, I don't know how to develop good terminology to describe who was the clone and who was the original. And so those statements are really confusing. But as a result, the clone acts exactly the same as the original, because you give them both the same nature and the same nurture and the same backstory. And in this particular instance of Ever 17, the motivation for the clone was another one of those Ochikoshi bingo card things, a terminal health condition. This character, whose name was Yubi Saiharu Kana Tanaka, has a heart condition that will kill her at about age 20, and it shows these symptoms of every once in a while she gets chest pain and she clutches her heart and starts groaning. She then decides that she can't the best she can do to preserve herself is to preserve her genes by making a clone of herself, and she actually gives birth personally to her clone when she's 16. Kind of crazy. Actually, no, she gives birth when she's 17. She gets she gets in vitro implanted when she's 16. Now, this character also the idea was somehow the heart defect, which would kill her, was actually nurture instead of nature, or was kind of like this random freak accident and was not actually related to her genes. Like, it wasn't embedded in her genes. So if she were to clone herself, her clone wouldn't have the same issues. Right, so the older you has this heart condition, while the younger you does not have the heart condition, and that's just by chance because it wasn't a genetic disease. So every character also has two outfits that she switches between throughout both of the incidents that happen 17 years apart. One of them is a uniform, which is mostly yellow. It's like a yellow dress with this giant light blue bow that's like twice as wide as she is, tied to the back, or just kind of glued on the back. The other is, they call it a jacket in the English translation of the game, but to me it just looks like a t-shirt. It's a white and red t-shirt. Now, the reason why I bring this, so let's compare this character to Mizuki. So Mizuki, the older Mizuki, which I'm just going to call Quartz has a heart condition, but Mizuki does not. Now it's not a perfect copy of Yu's situation, because the motivation for cloning Quartz wasn't because her condition was terminal and Quartz was trying to preserve herself, but it was related to the heart condition. It was trying to make a copy of her without the heart condition. So it still was trying to make a copy of her without the heart condition, but there isn't anything. The author has not specified that Quartz's heart condition is terminal yet. We might get that later. I'll explain that why I think there's a possibility we might get that later. Also, apparently with Quartz, the heart condition was genetic. It was embedded in the DNA, and the clone, they had to fix the DNA in the clone. which is different than in Yu's case. Also, the cloning was done 6 years apart as opposed to 17. And Quartz also, not Mizuki though, which is odd, but Quartz switches back and forth between a yellow outfit with the blue added from the hair with a white and red outfit. And this whole thing, this cloning trick, is used to make two instances, one happening 6 years apart, in some sense seem to be happening at the same time, even though they happened at different times. So that's as I played through the game, right? I sort of kind of started noticing these things, like, of course, you learn about the masked woman's heart condition rather early, like on the Ryuki side you do, and of course it reminded me of you. And then once I saw that Mizuki in this zone back here suddenly has an episode of that heart condition, which is thinly veiled as maybe being the after effects of a stun shot from an evolver, I seem to take the hit and go, maybe there's if Mizuki has the same condition as the masked woman, maybe she's a clone. I think I actually commented that as well. But it's like, that's different than the Yu case, because in the Yu case, by cloning, they managed to get rid of the heart condition. Now, it turns out, I guess, correctly that she was a clone of the masked woman, but incorrectly that the heart condition was passed, because Mizuki here wasn't a clone of the masked woman. She was the masked woman herself. Just at a different time. So it was kind of right, but kind of wrong. Or right for the wrong reasons. And it did actually fully make me guess that they did this thing where the masked woman was actually Mizuki and not just a completely different person with a completely different character design that Mizuki was a clone of, until we got to this scene where my cursor is here, where she pulls a metal pipe evolver from behind her back. And my microphone was muted by accident at that time because I muted it for the song and I forgot to turn it back on. So you didn't actually hear my reaction to that. And then I go, oh, she's Mizuki. Now, there were two Mizukis. Still didn't get me to guess the crisscross, but whatever. So, yeah, I started to see the parallels between Mizuki and Yu, but I didn't actually guess the full extent of the parallels and how they were used and how they were so closely copying or exporting the character of Yu until MoMA's grand reveal in the fourth wall break. So I was really, really slow on the draw. But anyway, Mizuki's being an export of Yumi Saiharu Kana here, and Uchikoshi basically went, oh, that game was 20 years ago. Nobody remembers it. My fan base is completely different. Grimmick Graphic is completely turned over by now. They've all grown up and grown out of this stuff. And so I could just reuse that and no one will notice. Or I can reuse that and the people who do notice will think it's cool. And I get the reference. One or the other. There's a second, somewhat less of a high extent export, and that they do actually have a character that's immortal, that being Shoma. And Shoma is used in that same way, where you see Shoma here, and then you go visit Shoma here, and he hasn't aged up, and you're like, that's just, you think this is the same time when it's actually a different time. So that trick is also used. Shoma, though, the whole deal with the immortal character, though, in Ever 17, is that she was discovered by a group of people that were the Third Reich kind of people, and she was they were trying to modify people's DNA to create super soldiers, and this particular character wasn't necessarily a super soldier to the full, but because it was successful, even though it's naturally occurring in that case, a successful modification of DNA to give some sort of superpowers, she was useful for study. So they kidnapped her, and they trapped her in a lab and did human experiments on her with unspecified and vague amount of cruelty. That characteristic wasn't kept with the immortal character. It was transferred over to a successful creation of a super soldier, which would have been the masked woman in this case. So they took the characteristics of this immortal character, whose name was Tsugumi, in number 17, and kind of distributed them out. They didn't keep them in one space, but they sort of exported her as well. And you can kind of try to keep exporting, like you keep trying to find parallels. You could say the eyeballs are kind of like Sora because they kind of appear in your vision even though they're not there, and so on. Anyway, pretty vague, but enough with the Ever 17 talk. About this whole switching thing. So, this was sufficiently well hidden that you would have to really kind of replay the entire game and have this moments like at each of these switches, and how you didn't notice it, and kind of the subtlety and how it switches over and how it ties in, which I have a really hard time describing right now. But I could try to walk through this and based on best of my memory, try to take some guesses here. So, starting with the Mizuki side, we start off as Mizuki, right? And then Mizuki finds out that she's been genetically modified by finding a journal. I believe it's in the Horodori Institute, right? But then we switch over here, and now we're Quartz. I call him the older Mizuki Quartz. Quartz, when she's looking at the dead body of Horodori, suction cupped onto the monument, she says, Aiba says, "Are you okay? You haven't got much sleep last night." And she said, "No, I'm okay. That was that. This is this." The thing is, though, that was that. The that is in this 6 years in the future. So it couldn't have been Mizuki discovering that she had been genetically modified. So you go, okay, maybe in this case, in parallel, 6 years ago, this is when Quartz figured out she was genetically modified. But you might think that this happened to her earlier because she had more evidence. She actually had experience being in the Horodori Institute and being experimented on. So she might have known earlier. So I don't know if there's actually a hint somewhere in this Ryuki stuff about what she would have been talking about and how it's a coincidence. But obviously the player, when they would hear Mizuki Quartz say that here, they would think it's just Mizuki continuing because they would think it's about Mizuki figuring out that she'd been genetically modified. Then this is the whole balloon hunting game, and when you sink into what's his face? Gin. Now, at this time I believe on the 12th, 6 years in the future, Gin is actually Date disguised as Gin, but Date did say there was a day, Gin said there was a day when he was really Gin, but he said it was the 13th. So I guess not the 12th when you sink into him. But that's okay because this is in the past. Interesting, it would be interesting if someone actually would remember that the sinking was on the 12th when Gin says that. On the 13th, that was actually me. That would be an odd revelation if you catch that at the time. Now, during the whole balloon hunt, which was going on here, this is the balloon hunt, you go to the orphanage, but you don't see Kizuna there, which conveniently, when you pop the balloon that's there, because Kizuna is not disabled yet, and that would blow the ruse. So, convenience. And Quartz, solves the puzzles. It started out with finding the balloon puzzles. The balloon puzzles point to an underground room. A room underground in the Horodori Institute, which now, and I believe in the Ryuki side here, you hear, you learn that, what's his face? Lion did break in with one of his old friends into the Horodori Institute. It had to do with the secret room. But then Ryuki hears that, goes to the Horodori Institute, uses X-ray vision, and doesn't find the secret room. The old friend, the person he was breaking into the Horodori Institute with, was Quartz, and you see it here. So it kind of, the continuity lines up. Now, what a really weird switchover is this one, in that we passed midnight and we had a day changeover while Quartz is down underground in that chamber. So Quartz seems to solve the mystery of the whole tooth knocked out thing, because that must have been recent. That must have happened back 6 years in the past timeline. But after she gets into the chamber with the cheese cutters, we see a half of Tokiko's body. Tokiko wasn't murdered until 6 years in the future. And it's interesting that we sync with her in the future too, which is odd. But anyway, she doesn't get murdered back here, and that's why you get jump scared by her back here, and that's why she suddenly shows up in this scene. Like in one of these scenes, right? Because she isn't dead yet. She doesn't die until the future. So by the time you get to that chamber, it's in the future. So Mizuki must have also, on the 13th, gone down with Lian into that secret chamber. Well, we don't know the story. This is the weird thing. We don't know the story about how she found that. Because she didn't solve a balloon puzzle like Quartz did. The balloon puzzle was set up by the Terror, but by this point, Terror was Uru, and Uru was already dead. Uru died back here. So, we have this weird missing story about how Mizuki, in the future, Mizuki found that missing room. We also have a missing story about what happens when Quartz goes down there. Because Quartz doesn't find the body of Tokiko. We don't know what she gets from that. So, but anyway, it cuts off and switches, and it would be fun to play through this part again in the future once I'm done with all this, and figure out like how the dialogue works on the switch and see how clever it is. Might be a really clever switch right here. But apparently Mizuki did do something that parallels what Quartz did in the past somehow. You down to this chamber. Then you sync with Quartz as Mizuki. And after you sync, you can go multiple different ways. So, one of them leads you to try to recruit Lian to go into another way into the cathedral, and then you don't switch back into the past. So this kind of describes Mizuki's behavior. This route essentially ends up describing Mizuki's behavior in the future. Or you could look at what Quartz did back then in the past, right? So we presume that in the golden ending, where we don't know what Quartz did, what Mizuki did in the future, he does something that's sort of like back here, but not exactly. So this kind of sort of gives close to what would fill in here on the blue line. So it's not too bad. And this kind of sort of fills in what would have happened here on the red line. And that's what makes this sort of canon. Like, you go back and you think, well, it's a branch, right? You go this way or this way. So if you go this way or this way, then how would Ryuki be able to remember both Dahlia and Boat? Well, it might be because this and this both sort of happened. They can't exactly be canon because this is a switch, right? So either one thing happens in the Somnium or the other. But this might give you some idea of the kind of thing that went down with Ryuki here. So you can kind of maybe splice this in. You'd say, Challenge of the Hordika, this into the timeline a bit and shift it in. And some of this is kind of sort of canon. Interesting. And you can go through the Ryuki one as well. Again, I haven't played this, I'm just kind of speculating what will happen when I play this again. So, somehow you get this timeline jump. You sync with her in the future for some reason. Yeah, you see Gen. And then Komeji's murder. Then you go, now Ryuki, they do have the insanity excuse here. He has his memory loss. In the future, he likes looking for Shoma. He can't find him in here because Shoma didn't go into the Ferris wheel on this timeline. And, you know, like, Ryuki's mind's back here, right? He didn't actually teleport. It's just that Ryuki's mind's back here. And then this is the future Amame, which for some reason doesn't age, but there's no explanation. And so you see, yep, okay. Ryuki's side isn't as nearly as interesting. So, after all of that, I'm going to turn the audio of the game back on. There's a couple more comments. So, the first is, this, finishing timeline here, there are 2 copies of Mizuki. There are 2 Mizukis. And what that sort of means is, there's a spare of Mizuki. There's redundancy to Mizuki. I mean, it's kind of fan service, right? You get 2 of the waifu. There's 2 of them. It's like, imagine a universe that had 2 Mizukis in it. But because when you have a spare of yourself, that tends to loosen your plot armor a bit. And suggests that there's a setup for one of them to die. And we haven't seen any evidence yet, any mention yet that Quartz's heart condition is terminal. However, the precedent from Ever 17, which is taking a lot of precedence from, is that it is. Which has the suggestion she's going to have a tragic death due to her heart at some point later in the game. Potentially right after a big battle happens. So she has a bit of a plot target on her back, Quartz does. There is something kind of going for Quartz, though, even though, if any other author wrote this, I would be fairly confident that she's going to die. And that is, with every other Uchikoshi game I've played, there is at least one ending. There is a golden ending where everybody who is not a villain survives. There's always one ending where everyone lives at the end. That's not kind of a villain. Sometimes you get kind of a villain person. But everybody who's clearly a good guy survives. It's always the golden ending where that happens. So if we do have in the golden ending Quartz dying, that's either bucking the trend or unprecedented, which is fine. So sometimes you could do something new and have a character die in the golden ending, or Quartz turns out to be kind of a bad guy or a bad girl in this case, which makes her worthy of being killed off. So just kind of something to point out that it seems at this point that Quartz has a bit of a plot target. She has a bit of a red shirt on. Which does, she has a bit of red in her shirt. Because she's a spare of a character. And Quartz is more likely to die than Mizuki, even though Mizuki is kind of the spare. She was made second because Quartz has the terminal condition, and she's less of a main character throughout the series. We follow Mizuki, the young Mizuki, more so. Young Mizuki is in the first game. And so the young Mizuki is like the more loved character. She has a little bit more plot armor for that reason. More experience with her. The other thing is, well, there's actually a second who did it mystery, another who'd unit, right? Because we actually have two killers. We've already solved that the terror is Uru. But we've also solved that Uru dies at the beginning. So, who killed Tokiko? And the terror himself, who killed the terror? We presume it's the same person who killed the terror and Tokiko. Although there might be a twist, there might be two, but I'm like very confident it's going to be the same person. Right? It's the whole Danganronpa V3 third case effect, where like it could have been two different people doing it, but you're pretty certain it's going to be the same. They're going to have just one culprit here. There's another culprit. We haven't actually solved all the culprits. There's another murderer, right? Although this murderer only really killed bad guys. It killed the people that were trying to do the Nirvana initiative, where they're trying to infect people with the virus to make everybody go insane. So they're killing bad people. They might have good intentions. They might be trying to stop the Nirvana initiative. But they're still a killer. So there's left to guess who is this killer. And, I could go through the file again and kind of go through each character individually. The present is more relevant here. And try to say who's the most suspicious. I really don't have a very good first choice, though. Mizuki, you could argue that Mizuki could have done it, in that, we have to go back to the flowchart here. If she's absent when Tokiko is murdered. Right, when Tokiko is murdered, the Tokiko's murder day, we are following Quartz. Although we can have a time of death for Tokiko. So I have here that Tokiko died at 7 p.m. on the 12th. Which means, yeah, so Mizuki does not have an alibi for Tokiko. She doesn't have an alibi for the first killing either. She was notified about the body. She could have been notified about a killing that she did, and there's like an unreliable narrator thing going on. So yeah, Mizuki could be killing Tokiko in this gap. I have another question I can do. How deep do you like your ocean? It's beyond Earth. It's to the moon. Cool. Okay. The thing, for some reason though, I just have a feeling they're not going to make it Mizuki. They're not going to twist. That's really twisty. And there really isn't any other. It's like Mizuki doesn't have an alibi, but like there would be some sort of hint I could pick up on that she could have done it. Like, you know what I mean? There'd be something. There isn't really any hints. There isn't any like positive hints that it was Mizuki. Also, she would have had to be really. Yeah, it's sneaky. But she doesn't have an alibi, so if they do pull it off, at least I noticed that. Aiba doesn't really have a body. Ryuki is someone... Ryuki does have an alibi because we were following Ryuki on the day in which Tokiko was killed. So that makes it extremely unlikely to be Ryuki. Now, Ryuki is kind of suspicious in that he goes crazy insane. And he's also trying to stop, he's kind of a good guy, he's trying to stop the Nirvana initiative. So, he kind of has the right kind of character frame up, the right profile, but he seems to have an alibi. So that makes him not a good candidate. Thomas AI ball. Gin is kind of suspicious in that on the 12th, sometimes we don't know what Gin is doing because who we think is Gin is Date in a suit. And Tokiko does have this relationship with Gin that we don't really have anything fleshed out about. We learned about this relationship between Gin and Tokiko from Tokiko's Somnium, but we haven't really seen what it actually... It's going to have to manifest as something plot-related in the future, which means that it's going to have to be important, which means it's got to be brought up and what it actually entailed eventually later on, which means the backstory of Gin's going to grow, which makes Gin somewhat of a good candidate. So Gin is pretty suspicious. In addition, the boss was sending the SAT guys after Gin. So maybe there's someone else in Abyss that's kind of suspicious of Gin. So it makes Gin kind of sus, right? As well as Mizuki. They were sending the SAT team, which I guess is supposed to be a parody of SWAT team, after Mizuki 2? Or Mizuki also? But Boss also knew about Quartz, so the two monsters may not have actually been Gin and Mizuki, but Gin and Quartz. But anyway, there's something more to Gin. So we can still keep going with Gin. Could have been Gin. Amame. Interesting. Huh. Something... She's kind of weird. Like, there's more, again, with Amame knows more about the Nirvana initiative and more invested in preventing it and more put off by it than the other. There's something more to Amame, right? So that makes her a little suspicious as well. Lion, no. It's not Lion. Kizuna, no. Her plot arc's already finished. It's not Kizuna. Shoma, a little suspicious. He was like out camping, so to speak. His robot was used, and you might think that makes it too easy. But maybe that's a red herring. You think it's too easy because he's the robot. It's his robot, but it's actually not. Quartz, yes. Yes, it could be Quartz. Absolutely, because pretty suspicious. This is also Quartz. Dead. 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 I mean, she is acting kind of weird, right? She's sending the SAT team out, kind of interfering with the investigation. Something weird going on. No, it's not gonna make it Pewter. They could have made it Date. No reason why not. No, we're not gonna make it Iris. We're not gonna make it Ota. Not gonna make it Mama. Not gonna make it Bulma. This guy's too... No. That would be a fun, really crazy twist. No, joke character. No joke character. No joke character. Oh, that would be funny. No joke character. The suspicious people are... Mizuki herself, not very suspicious of behavior, but does not have an alibi. I can roll out Ryuki because he has an alibi. Gin, Amame, and Nene. And lastly, the boss. But that's a lot of people that are suspicious there. right? So it's really hard to narrow it down, and I really can't narrow it down. I don't want to guess one, because I know it's chicken not to do that, because none of them are really stick out to me as, like, more suspicious than the other. But it's either... So, but yeah, it's pretty wide net when you say Mizuki, Amame, Gin, Nene, or the boss. That's a lot of... That's too many people. So we'll see how it narrows down as I go through this in part here. Okay. Let's examine everything. Torches. We'll not do that yet. It's destroyed. Sand. Pillar. Wall. Okay, talk to Date, talk to Nene, or X-ray the box. X-ray the box.
中に装置みたいなやつが入ってるけど。
What's this? There's some kind of device in there.
何かの噴射器のようだな。
It appears to be a jet-like nozzle device. Oh, it gasses you?
噴射器?
Wire-looking device inside the box. I said it was like kind of a jet-like device. Great, so we can get gassed. That's not good. File. Tokiko must have written this. Yep. Uru's right half. Date. About Jinfu.
俺が説明するまでもない。お前はすでに知ってるはずだ。
I don't. Okay, the game audio is back on. Good. I don't need to explain it. You should already know.
フルエジン。しぐれとホラドリの間にできた子供。
Jin Furue, the child of Tokiko and Horadori.
彼は生まれつき特殊な難病を患っていた。
He was born with a rare and complicated disease.
それは右半身の至るところに腫瘍ができてしまうという病気で。
It caused inoperable tumors to grow in the right half of his body.
そう考えると、一番不幸だったのはフルエだったのかも。
Jin Furue might have had it worst of all.
最初に移植が行われたのは彼が小さい頃だったみたいだし。
He got his first transplant when he was really young.
彼は自ら望んでウルーの臓器を奪ったわけじゃないと思うんだよね。
I don't think he wanted to take organs from Uru.
ほら、ウルーの日記にもこう書いてあったでしょ。
Remember what it said in Uru's diary?
あいつは僕に謝りたいと言ってきた。
He said he wanted to apologize.
そのあいつっていうのは多分フルエのことで。
I think he is referring to Jin.
つまり、フルエ自身に罪はないと。
You think the transplant was done against Jin's will?
わからないけど、そんな気がするの。
I'm not positive, but that's just a feeling I get. Are Lion and Kazuna okay? In this timeline, Lion and Kazuna aren't here right now. We split at Brahmin.
どこか遠くの方に行っちゃったりとかしないよね。
They're not going far away, are they?
大丈夫だろ。
They should be fine.
しばらく考えてから行き先を決めるって言ってたし。
They said they were gonna think hard about where to go. Well, you can't get blood out of a turnip by thinking. You changed?
あの服は動きにくいからな。
That outfit was so hard to move in.
中に綿や骨組みがみっちりと詰まってて。
The wireframe and all the stuffing. Well, you did pretty well. You had to cook in it. Baron pervert. Nene. About Uru Somizuki.
説明が必要？ファイルに書いてあった通りよ。
I can't really say anything more than what's in the file.
染月ウルー、6歳の時、IO 園でさらわれた子。
I guess they make the voices slightly different. That's interesting. Uru Somizuki. He's the child that was kidnapped from Aoin when he was 6.
連れ去ったのはホラドリとしぐれ。
It was Chikara and Tokiko who took him.
目的はフルエジンのドナーにすることにあった。
They wanted to make him Jin Furue's donor.
移植は10年以上もの長きにわたり繰り返し何度も行われた。
For over a decade, they did surgery after surgery, giving more and more of Uru to Jin.
最終的には顔の半分も。
And Uru just kind of had turned into just half a person, which somehow kind of worked. I mean, the right half of your body contains most of your liver, so I don't know how that worked exactly. And half his face, too. And how does something like the colon work? I guess they get Uru ended up with half a colon, and well,
失われたその部分には、基沈素材の人工皮膚が貼り付けられることになった。
the skin he lost was replaced by an artificial skin made of carbon chitin.
一方、奪われた顔面の組織は震えのもとへ。
Half his face was transplanted onto Jin's as well.
全体を移植しなかったのは震えの顔の左側にパーセントのあざがあったから。
Right, and it was only half because Jin had a percent-shaped birthmark on the left half of his face.
パーセント教団にとって、それは崇拝すべき尊い印。聖魂を意味していた。
The holy symbol of the Order of Percent. It was considered sacred.
その教団の信者だったホラドリにはそれを剥ぎ取ることなどできるはずもなく。
And Chikara, being a devoted follower, couldn't get himself to rip that skin off.
故に震えの顔の左側は、そのまま残されることになったのだ。
Which is why the left half of Jin's face was left untouched.
その状態で震えの体は半分に切り裂かれることに。
And after all those transplants, Jin's body ended up being cut in half. By Uru, no less.
それから6年経った今年の2月、今度はウルーの体も同様に。
6 years later, February of this year, Uru's body was cut in half.
見つかったのは震えの右半身とウルーの左半身だけで。
So what was discovered was Jin's right half and Uru's left half.
それらの相棒は左右逆であるという点を除けば
Jin
全
and
く
Uru
同
are
じ。
essentially mirror images of one
さ
another.
らにウルーの鑑定に使われたのは震えの臓器から採取された DNA だった。
So when the police were identifying Uru's body, they got their DNA sample to compare against from Jin's organs.
それはもともとウルーのものだったわけだから、両者の塩基配列が一致するのは当然のことで。
You have to explain it to Mizuki again in this timeline because we heard this explanation the first time in a different timeline. It was the Kizuna and Lion and because those were originally taken from Uru, it naturally follows that they match.
したがってこれらの理由から
So that's
2
why
つの死体は同一人物であると誤認されてしまったわけだ。
that is the mistake that caused the specters to believe that they were the same person. What happened up till now?
ゲノム編集の件ショウマくんに聞こうと思って彼のところに行ったの。
I wanted to ask Shoma about the genetic experiments, so I visited him. You visited Shoma and the red side.
その時俺はゲンの格好をしてたから全く警戒されなくてな。
And I looked like Gin, so I didn't raise any concerns.
それでショウマくんいろいろと教えてくれて。
He told me a lot.
体のことや姉のこと、それからあそこにある隠し金庫のことも。
About this, his body, and his older sister, and about the hidden safe. Okay, so... In this side, Quartz did that as opposed to Mizuki.
というわけで私たちは金庫を調べるためにここへ。
That's what we came here for.
待って、
Wait,
ショウマくんってお姉ちゃんがいるの？
Shoma has an older sister.
あ
Yeah,
あなたがよく知ってる人物よ。
you know her
あ、
well.
絆やイリスの友達。
Kazuna and Iris's
サ
friend.
ンポケのマーメイド。
A mermaid at Sunfish Pocket.
どい甘めだ。
Amame Doi.
そんな。
Really? When did you get
ほ
here?
んの数時間前、午前1時ぐらいのことよ。
Only a few hours ago, around 1 a.m.
ライアンに頼んで階段室の鍵を開けてもらって。
I asked Lion to open the door to the staircase.
じゃあさっき言ってた別の鍵って。
So the lock you mentioned earlier.
そう、その扉の鍵のことだ。
That's right, the lock to the staircase door.
駆け落ちの件についてはその時に聞いたの。
That's when I asked them about their plans to run away together.
で、4人で螺旋階段を下ってここへ。
Then the four of us headed down the stairs.
ああ、絆のことはライアンが抱っこしてたが。
Lion carried Kazuna down,
そしたら儀式台の中に死体があることが分かって。
and that's when we found the corpse on the ritual platform. Well, in this case, Quartz could have busted it instead of Mizuki. How did you find
マ
out?
ルコの X 線機能を使ったから。
I used Marco's X-ray function. Oh, do we have another AI ball?
マルコ、今私の左目にいる AI ボールのこと。
Oh, I thought she was also connected to eyeball. The name of my AI ball in my left eye. So that's the well, one of her eyes looks black in this picture.
控えめでおしとやかな性格だからあんまり喋ってくれないんだけど、
He's pretty shy. He doesn't talk much.
誰かさんとは違って。
Unlike someone else I know.
それはもしや私のことか？
Excuse me, are you talking about me?
私は相棒のことよく知ってるのよ。
I know eyeball really well.
何しろ6年前はパートナーだったんだから。
We were partners 6 years ago.
私がアビスに採用された時、本当はこの左目にはマルコが入る予定になってたの。
Yeah, the sprite in the like this is here's like the issue. So in this picture, right, we see the left eye is bright blue and the right eye is black. But in this, it's like no, it's the same. It matches. Okay. So her left eye would be the bright blue one, because it's right from my perspective. So the bright blue one is Marco, and her eyes are actually black. When I was hired at Abyss, I was supposed to get Marco transplanted to my left
だ
eye,
けどその時はまだ完成してなくて、
but he wasn't finished yet, so she had to borrow Iba. So that's what Iba's secret mission was.
代わりに入ることになったのが
So instead, I got Iba,
相棒だったと。
but Iba and Date.
当時相棒は伊達と喧嘩中で、
Yeah, Iba and Date were kind of fighting at the time,
私の AI ボールに対する適用試験も兼ねて彼女が。
and I needed to see if I was compatible with an AI ball at all. So
そうか。
I see. Wait, you didn't know that? Oh, your memories got lost.
だがすまない。私はその時の記憶をすべて失ってしまっていて。
I apologize. I do not remember anything from back then
あの爆発事件のせいでか。
because of the explosion, right? Yes.
なんか寂しいな。
It's kinda sad. She forgot the entire first game.
相棒との思い出、私の中にはいっぱいあるのに。
I made so many memories with you, Iba.
ねえ、ところでさ、
I've been wondering. Oh yeah, Mizuki's eye is black too. Like she has black eyes.
6年前ウルーは3人の体をどうして半分にしたんだろう。
It's like I didn't notice that her eye color before. 6 years ago, why did Uru cut the bodies in half?
ニルバーナ構想を実現するためでしょ。
That was for the Nirvana initiative, right?
それは分かってるんだけど、その計画とどんな関係が？
Yeah, what does that have to do with the
ってい
plan?
うか、そもそもニルバーナ構想ってまだ生きてるのかな？
I guess Koso is an initiative. And speaking of, is the Nirvana initiative still happening?
だって首謀者のテアラーは。
I mean, after all, Terror is dead, and so is Tokiko.
確かにもうこの世にはいないわね。
Right, the mastermind is dead.
だけどあなたも見たでしょ。13日の夜、ミセタンの屋上で。
But you saw it on the night of the 13th on the rooftop of Misatan. There was like a pre-recorded thing. The rehearsal is finished. Next is the real show.
あれは確かにテアラー。ウルーの声だったわ。
That was Terror. It was definitely Uru's voice.
あの時にはもうウルーは死んでたはずなのに。
But Uru should have been dead. Twisted again! Double twist!
つまり声は録音されたものだったと。
Perhaps his voice was recorded. That would be too simple. Crazy twist B2!
いずれにせよ、テアラー死亡後もリハーサルは行われた。
Either way, the rehearsal happened even after Terror died.
ってことは、
Which means
本番も。
the main event will likely still happen as well.
ああ、実行されると見て間違いなかろう。
Yeah, it's safe to assume it will proceed as planned.
でもニルバーナ構想の全貌はまだ把握できてないんだよね。
But I still don't understand the full scope of the Nirvana initiative.
いつ、どこで、どんな風に行われるのか、全くつかめてないな。
Well, when, where, how, we are completely in the dark.
犯人に聞いてみたら？
Why don't you ask the culprit?
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, good idea.
やい、ウルてめえ、一体何を企んで
Hey, Uru, what's up with your plan, you asshole? Date is dibs. She's gonna name who the culprit is. It's gonna be different than Date says, but... So she's either referring to a diary that the culprit wrote. She's gonna reference it. Or someone else she knows and it's like her. She is the culprit or something.
そうじゃなくて、
No, that's not what I meant.
殺害犯は他にもいるでしょ。
There are other culprits.
ウルーとしぐれを殺した人物。
Whoever killed Uru and Tokiko.
そいつがニルバーナ構想のことを知ってるっていうのか。
You believe they might know something about the Nirvana initiative.
わからないけど、何か手がかりを握ってる可能性は高いんじゃない？
I don't know for sure, but they at least might have some clues.
とにかく、まだ情報が足りないな。
We don't have enough information yet, or so you think. You probably do, I'm just not smart enough to figure it out.
仕方がない。あいつの力を借りるとするか。
Looks like we're gonna need some extra help.
あいつ？
Help?
こっちだ。ついてこい。
Over here, come with me.
え？何もないけど。
There's nothing over here. Now, Date does not have an AI ball. He doesn't have X-rays, so I don't know why he would be able to pick this stuff out, but...
そう思うだろう。だがな。
Unless he does have an AI... There's another AI ball that's hidden. He's keeping veiled with his eye patch named Polo. You would think that, right? But check this out.
開けごま
Shiroke Goma, which for some reason they're translating to Open Says Ami, which I thought Open Sesame was a reference to Mario, because Mario is like Open Says Me, but like with an Italian accent. That wouldn't have been different in Japanese. I don't think the translation is compatible.
マルコ、お願い。
Marco, please. Wait, she can control it? Or he can control it?
なんなのこれ。
What is this?
見ての通り、隠し通路だ。
As you can see, it's a hidden passage.
どうしてこんなものが。
But why could Quartz's AI ball open it? That makes her suspicious. But why is it here?
いいから行くぞ。
Let's get moving. Oh, this is the old one. They didn't rebuild it. They built another one right next to it. What? That's interesting.
どういうこと？
What does this mean?
見ての通りだ。
It means exactly what you see.
大聖堂は2つあったっていうの。
There are two cathedrals?
そういうことになるわね。
Now how does that make a twist? That's right.
水木、見ろ。
Mizuki, look. Yuki.
私もいるわよ。
I'm here too.
タマ。
I guess Tama and Aiba are kind of friends. You would think they would dislike each other though.
どうだ、龍騎の調子は。
How's Ryuki doing?
最悪よ。ここを見せたのが良くなかったみたい。
Terrible. It was a bad idea to show him this place.
もう何時間もずっとこうしてるわ。
He's been like this for hours. Now, why would that... There would be a twist involving that, right? But I don't know what it would be, because we didn't have anything where we needed two cathedrals happen in the past. So is Ryuki the culprit? Ryuki's the one who killed them? No, he's an alibi, though. Kinda, sorta, almost. Okay, sand and pillar. Ryuki. Is Date on the screen? Date. Two cathedrals.
マルコ、相棒のところにデータを。
Marco, can you send eyeball the data?
届いたぞ。展開する。
Got it, opening it.
どうやら2つの大聖堂の側面図のようだな。
It's a cross section of the two cathedrals. Okay, so there's a spiral staircase down to this one, staircase down into this one, and the elevator from up on from the office. The elevator from the office goes down to the east one. Okay, we were in the west one. Interesting. So this staircase really did get destroyed, but they didn't find a new staircase. They found a different staircase into a different cathedral. Somehow this matters. So this is like a Danganronpa thing, but I don't see what kind of we're trying to solve here.
理解したか？
You get it now? Yeah, but what's the significance?
つまり大聖堂は西と東に一つずつあったってことだ。
There's one on the east and one on the west.
テアラーに爆破されたのは西の方。
Terror blew up the west one.
要するにここね。
This one right here.
竜気がテアラーと会ったのもこちら側。
Wait, I thought he blew up the east one. What? Oh, so the one we took an elevator down to. What? I thought the elevator went into the east one. No, that's confusing. Which happens to be the same side Ryuki met Terror. Okay.
テアラーが処刑場と言ってた場所よ。
What he called his execution chamber.
一方、東の方にはウルーの死体、しぐれのファイルと。
On the east side was Uru's corpse and Tokiko's file.
それからあとは奇妙な箱があったわね。
And that mystery box was a thing that sprays suspicious gas.
ナイクスのビルにつながってるのも東の方。
The one connected to the Nice building is the east one. Okay, that makes sense.
エレベーターに乗れば主催室に行くことができるわ。
So that's where the chase scene occurred. You can take the elevator up to the president's office, where the boss chewed out Ryuki the next morning for goofing up the chase. Oh, actually, no. She was chewing him out for whatever incident he did trying to... Yes. Why was the boss being so harsh on Ryuki? Because Ryuki did something much more stupid than you think that you didn't know he did yet. Why is there an elevator door here, though? Like, if we're in the west one, what's this doing here? Is that an elevator door? Anyway. Date.
そんなことを俺に聞かれてもわからん。
Huh? Beats me.
もしかしたらナイクスの競技と関係があるのかも。
Maybe it's something to do with what Nice believes.
2つで1つ。
Two in one.
そのことに彼らはこだわってたみたいだから。
I think they were obsessed with that. Stupid, shameless man. Okay. Nene. Not Ryuki.
もしかして龍騎のことを恨んでる？
Do you hate Ryuki?
当然でしょ。
Of course I do.
口の中に鉄パイプを突っ込んで内臓をかき混ぜてやりたいぐらいよ。
Oh, I didn't know that. I want to shove a pipe in his mouth and stir up his organs.
だってあいつは6年前に。
6 years ago, he... Oh, shot you.
そのせいで心臓の状態はさらに悪化したの。
It made my heart condition worse.
仕事にも影響が出たわ。
It affected my
病
work.
院通いの体じゃまともに操作なんてできるはずもないし。
I can't investigate properly if I have to go to the hospital all the time.
だけど最近あなたがアビスに入ったと知って
But when I heard you recently joined Abyss,
こっそりと動向を伺っていたら2月10日の夜あなたは国立競技場へ。
I shadowed you. And February 10th, when you went to the stadium,
先回りしていた私はそこで死体の存在に気づいたの。
I got there before you and found the corpse and shot at you with rubber bullets for some reason.
もちろんその時はまだそれがウルーの左半身だったなんて思いもよらなかったけど、
At the time, I had no clue it was Uru's left half.
いずれにせよあの死体が 6年前の HB 事件と関係していることは明らかだった。
I knew it had to do with the HB case from 6 years ago.
言ったと思うけど、私はあなたに普通の人生を送ってもらいたかったの。
I told you before that the one thing I wanted was for you to live a normal life.
あの事件に関わるなんて言語道断。絶対に阻止しなきゃって思って。
I couldn't let you get caught up in that case. I had to stop you.
だから
That's
私。
why
なるほどな。
I see.
ゴム弾で威嚇射撃をすることにより、水木をあの死体に近づけまいとしたってわけか。
You shot at Mizuki to dissuade her from finding the corpse, except because she was a clone of you, I don't know why you would think that would work. She seems a little mad. Okay, Ryuki. The culprit? Even though that would make sense about Kizuna.
話は聞いたわ。ただの駆け落ちだったそうね。
I heard, so she eloped, huh?
動画のことは関係なかった。
Yeah, nothing to do with the video.
龍騎が勝手にそう思い込んでただけだ。
It was just Ryuki's active imagination. Are you okay?
一応、息はしてるみたいだが。
It appears to at least be breathing.
ここにロープと枝があったら止まってたと思うわ。
He might not be if there was a rope or a branch in here.
龍騎は6年間、ずっと思い悩んできたのよ。
This has been eating at Ryuki for the past 6 years.
自分のしてしまったことを後悔し、自責の念に苛まれてきたの。
He regretted what he did and blamed himself.
伊達を裏切ったことや、倉主水木にスタンダンを打ち込んだことは。
He betrayed Date and shot Mizuki Kuranushi with stun bullets.
それだけじゃないわ。絆のことも、伊達水木のことも。
And what happened to Mizuki, Date, and Kizuna on top of that?
爆弾を起爆させたのはテアラーだったけど、伊達にこの場所を教えたのは龍騎だったし。
Yeah, Terror detonated the bomb, but it was Ryuki who told Date about this place.
そのことを告げなければ、絆の体も、水木の左目も無事だったかもしれない。
If he never did, Kizuna and Mizuki wouldn't have been hurt.
少なくとも龍騎はそう思ってた。
That's what's been plaguing him.
そのせいで彼はアルコールに溺れ、ますます心を病んでいき。
He started drinking, which made the whole thing worse.
だからって許されることじゃないわ。
I don't care if he feels bad about it, I still don't forgive him.
まあ落ち着け。
Easy.
奴には奴なりの事情があったわけで。
He had his reasons.
内部には自己崩壊プログラムが組み込んである。
I also implemented a self-destruct program.
それが起動すれば、彼女の存在は完全に消え去ることになる。
If I activate it, she'll be lost forever. That was a self-destruct program in Tama.
数年前にオーバーホールのメンテがあって、その時に発見、削除されたわ。
I was overhauled completely during maintenance a few years back, and that function was deleted.
龍騎から真相を聞いたのはその後のことで。
That's when Ryuki opened up about what happened.
だったらもっと早く。
Why didn't you share this earlier?
言えなかったのよ。
I couldn't.
龍騎はアビスを裏切った。重大な罪を犯したの。
Ryuki betrayed Abyss. He did something you can't come back from.
それを告発するなんて、私には。
I couldn't let anyone find out.
つまり龍騎をかばったと。
So you protected him.
6年前の捜査データ、ストレージにアップしなかったのもそのためよ。
It's the same reason I didn't upload the investigation data from 6 years ago.
私は誓ったの。
I made an oath.
何があっても
No matter what,
龍騎を守るって。
I will protect Ryuki.
だが龍騎の方はなんで今まで本当のこと。
But Ryuki himself could have informed us sooner.
野暮なこと聞くな。察しろよ。
You should know why he didn't do that.
奴がテアラーの脅しに屈したのは、
Why he gave in to terrorist demands.
愛する存在を守るため。
He wanted to protect his loved ones.
そんなこと言えるわけないだろ。
Wouldn't you do the same? It's the A bot. He chose A people over the AI ball. No, the AI ball over people. That's dumb. The AI ball is not a person, it's a computer. You don't even know if it's self-aware. Probably it wouldn't be if you were to ask me. Why are you here?
伊達から連絡があったの。
Date called me.
ああ、 俺が向こうの大聖堂に行くよう指示したんだ。
Yeah, I told him to head over to the other
じゃ
cathedral.
あウルーの死体やしぐれのファイルも。
Does that mean he saw Uru's corpse and Tokiko's file?
もちろん見たわ。
He did, yep.
その後隠し通路を通ってここへ。
They came here through the hidden passage.
龍騎、確かにお前は罪を犯した。
Ryuki, you made a mistake.
だがそんなところでじっとしてても何の罪滅ぼしにもなりはしない。
But lying around here in all your misery isn't gonna fix anything.
後悔してるなら事件を解決しろ。
If you really regret what you did, solve this case.
それだけが唯一贖罪となる手段だ。
That's the only way to atone.
なあ龍騎、お前飲むといつも決まって弟の話してたよな。
Ryuki, I remember one night when you went out drinking, you told me about your little brother. You always talk about him when you drink.
その弟のために誓ったんだろ。
You made him a promise, right?
正義のヒーローになるって。
You said I'll become a hero of justice.
落ちたならまた這い上がればいいだけのこと。
If I've fallen, I just need to get back up again.
お前がよく言ってた言葉だ。
You used to say it all the time.
その通り。何度転がり落ちたって構わない。
It doesn't matter how many times you
お
fall.
前に手足がある限りどこだって登ることができるはずだ。
As long as you have a body to do it, you climb back up again.
さあ龍騎、その瓦礫の山を登ってこい。
Come on, Ryuki, climb above the debris.
みっともなくたっていいだろう。醜い姿を晒すのがなんだ。
It doesn't matter if you're pitiful. It doesn't matter if you show vulnerability.
もがいてあがいて這いつくばってもう一度頂を目指すんだよ。
You struggle, you crawl, and you make it back to the top. Which Dante actually sometimes does. Like, he loses his memories and somehow becomes, like, NPC.
人ってのはそうやって無様に生きていくものなんだ。
That's what we do. That's what makes us human.
Dante-san だってさ、みんな
Dante-san,
僕
everyone.
は僕は
I...
龍騎、泣いている暇はないわ。
Yuki, now's not the time to cry. It's the time for you to beat you up.
早くここまで登ってきて。
Come climb up here.
じゃあ
You mean...
勘違いしないで。
Don't get me wrong.
あなたを許すのは事件をすべて解決できた時よ。
I only forgive you after we solve this case.
だから
So...
了解だ。
Okay. After that, we all shared information. Aiba, Tama, and Marco shared everything on the local network. Dante received everything as well via the device implanted in his eye socket. Anything that wasn't recorded electronically, we shared verbally. Everything from 6 years ago, everything from this year. All the information, including Somnia, from top to bottom.
さてと、目下の最優先事項はニルバーナ構想を阻止することにあるわけだが。
So the first thing on the agenda is stopping the Nirvana initiative.
いつどこでどんな風に行われるのか、それがわからないんだよね。
Okay, so we put together this kind of like all-star team here of Mizuki. I guess they're not calling her Course, they're calling her Nene. And the voice acting, and the English is Bibi. Nene, Ryuki, Date. There's one more all-star, of course, and that's Gin. But maybe the reason why he's not here is he's the culprit. But kind of crazy, kind of a dream. Who can stop this team? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what villain we overpower.
場所の件を除けば他のことはわかるはずだけど。
We should know everything except where.
だってタマのデータみんなにシェアしたんでしょ。
Tama shared all her data, right?
確かに情報は受け取った。
I did receive the information.
でもじっくりと吟味したわけじゃないのよ。
I didn't give it a close look.
龍騎、聞かせてくれる？ニルバーナ構想の詳細について。
Yuki, can you tell us more about the Nirvana initiative?
わかったよ。それじゃあ順番に説明していこう。
Yeah, I'll explain everything in order.
まずはテアラ。ウルーが作った動画のことから。
First, Terror Uru created a video. Sand. Pillar. Well, we supposed to investigate the sand. What's this? Torches. Okay. So interact with not Ryuki.
なんで俺に話しかけんだよ。
Why are you talking to me?
今は龍騎のターンだろ。
It's Ryuki's turn, isn't it? Because they gave me the option.
私のことはいいから、
Don't worry about me.
今は龍騎から話を。
You should talk to Ryuki. I'm gonna talk. I wouldn't be able to hear you say that if I talked to Ryuki before clicking on you. About the
ウルーが
videos.
作成した動画は3つある。
Uru created 3 videos.
QR 動画、ニルバーナトライアル、ニルバーナ X の3つだ。
What about Bats 490? That was created by a different person in Knights Outlaws?
そのうち最初に作られたのは QR 動画。
The QR video was first.
古江の右半身に突き刺さってた看板。
The QR code on the signboard in Jin's body.
その QR コードのリンク先にあった動画のことだね。
That was a link to the video, right?
そう。だから配信されたのは6年前の2月10日ってことになる。
Right, so it was first made public 6 years ago on February 10th.
目的は
The motive was
動画の配信は私の計画の一部。
merely a small part of my plan.
あれはその試作版として作成したものだ。
It's the prototype.
その動画を見て、行方不明になった人たちが続出したって話があったけど、
There were stories about people who went missing after watching the video, but
その話はただの都市伝説。噂に過ぎなかったということだ。
it's just an urban legend, a rumor.
実際に失踪者が出たのは2番目の動画。
It was actually the second video that caused people to go missing.
ニルバーナトライアルがアップされてからなんだよ。
The Nirvana trial. She's gotten over Yuki. Not really. The guy whose little head does all the thinking.
配信されたのは今年の2月9日。
It was uploaded on February 9th,
ウルーがまだ生きてた頃ね。
back when Uru was still alive.
目的は何だ。
But what for?
おそらく3番目のマスター版、ニルバーナ X のベータ版として作られたものだと思います。
I think it was a beta version of Nirvana X, the third video. So the Nirvana trial was like in the future timeline than this one.
計画実行直前の実験用のものとして。
Maybe for testing purposes of the main event.
実験？
Testing what?
ニルバーナトライアルの動画内にはバッツ490と同じように暗号が含まれていたんだ。
There was a code like Bats 490 in the Nirvana trial video, and it was a date, and there was a like CCFGGD thing.
その暗号は東側の大聖堂、その階段室の座標を示していて、
The code led to the Eastern Cathedral, the coordinates led to the staircase.
でも、あそこの扉にはいくつもの鍵が。
Yeah, but that door was a ton of locks.
実は階段室の裏側には別の暗号があってね。
Right, but the staircase had another code.
それを解くことで都内各所に散らばった複数の鍵を入手できる仕組みになってたんだよ。
By solving that, you could collect the numerous keys located all over the city.
そうして会場に成功した者たちは東側の大聖堂へ。
And those who did solve everything would be able to unlock the door to the Eastern Cathedral.
あそこに奇妙な箱があったこと気づいたかな。
Did you notice the box?
中に入っていたのは TC パージの噴射機。
Inside was a device that shot TC Purge.
蓋を開けるとそれが自動的に吹き出す仕掛けになっていて、
That's what I would suspect. If you open the box, it triggers. And then you get TC Purge.
こいつが脳の中に侵入すると、ニューロン内の DNA が書き換えられて、
When it enters the brain, it can even overwrite the DNA structure inside neurons.
幻覚を見たり、踊りまくったり、
can make you see things, make you dance.
とにかく奇妙奇天烈な行動を繰り返すようになっちゃうんだって。
It makes you do weird things over and over.
しかもそのウイルスが恐ろしいのは空気感染するってところにある。
And it spreads in the air.
もしもそいつが漏れ出したりしたら人類はめちゃめちゃヤバいことに。
If this virus gets out somehow, the human race is in for a rough trip.
だってそうだろ。
Can you picture it?
この世界は気候を繰り返す妙ちくりんな連中で溢れ返っちまうことになるんだから。
The whole world going crazy, people are over everywhere doing unpredictable things, crazy things over and over.
ちなみに僕も TC パージに感染した。
I'll be honest, I contracted TC Purge
あの箱を開いちゃったからね。
because I opened the box.
ああ、大丈夫よ。龍騎はすでに抗体を獲得してる。
But it's okay, Ryuki has developed a resistance to it.
だから彼からウイルスが移ることはないの。
And he can't spread it either.
とはいえ TC パージが脅威であることに違いはないわ。
Having said that, TC Purge is still a problem.
抗体ができる前なら感染能力があるし、変性したニューロンも元には戻らないから。
Before the body develops a resistance, it can spread, not to mention the neurons that are damaged can't be repaired.
それで龍騎はおかしな行動を。
That's why Ryuki was acting weird.
おかしな行動か。
Is that what it looked like?
確かに TC パージに感染して僕の症状は悪化した。
When I was infected with TC Purge, my symptoms got
見
worse.
当識障害、近似記憶に関する障害と、それから幻覚もさらにひどくなって。
Disorientation, short-term memory loss, hallucinations.
まあ幻覚については6年前から見てたけど、
He's been seeing hallucinations for 6 years now.
龍騎は弟の件で精神的な解消は。
The mental trauma of what happened to his brother.
とにかくトライアルの暗号解読者たちは箱を開けて TC パージに感染。
Anyway, those who solved the code and opened the box contracted TC Purge.
その結果気候を繰り返すようになったと。
And as a result, they started acting strangely.
今街には踊り狂ってる奴らやボートと化したもの、自ら命を絶つ連中が続出してるって話だ。
It's like they all got, dear. And a lot of these people's dancing and rioting in the streets, and a lot of suicides.
無論そいつらが家に帰るという発想を抱くはずもなく。
I see these people would have no motivation to return home.
だから失踪者が大量に。
That's why so many people went missing.
つまりウルーの実験は成功したってことだよ。
In other words, Uru's experiments were a success.
彼はもうこの世にはいないけど、計画は着々と進んでる。
He's dead now, but his plan is still
多
alive.
分部下の連中が動いてるんだと思うわ。
I'm guessing his lackeys are carrying out the plan now
本番を実行するために。
to raise the curtain on the main event. Main event. The rehearsal is finished. Next is the real show.
なるほど、そういうことか。
I think I know what they're gonna do.
奴らはどこかでロケット弾を発射。
They're gonna shoot the rocket somewhere
その弾頭には TC パージが搭載されていて、
with TC Purge on the warhead.
そいつが空中で炸裂し、
The rocket will explode
ウイルスがばらまかれるっていうの。
and the virus will spread. Yeah.
おそらく
Most likely, yes.
そうして散布された TC パージは人々の体へ。
Tons of people will get infected with TC Purge.
さらにその内部でコピーを作って増殖し、
It'll grow in their bodies,
人から人へと。
inevitably spread
感染することに。
from one person to another.
設計者の想定を超えた奇怪な振る舞い。
If we do things that are beyond the comprehension of the
これ
designer,
を世界中で同時多発的に行えば、大量のバグ現象を生み出せるということだ。
simultaneously all around the world, bugs will start appearing everywhere.
そうして全人類を一斉に下脱へと導き、この偽りの世から解放する。
This will lead all mankind to reach moksha, an emancipation from this fictional world.
それがニルバーナ構想だ。
That is the Nirvana initiative.
いずれにせよ、そいつが拡散したらヤバいことになるな。
Even if this Nirvana thing turns out to be bullshit, the virus itself is a problem.
バグ現象のことはともかくとして、世界が混乱に陥るのは間違いないわ。
Right, I don't know if it will really cause glitches to appear or anything, but it'll be mass hysteria.
実際に自殺者も出てるしな。
There's already an uptick in suicides. What's the plan going to happen?
マスター版の動画ニルバーナ X はすでに配信されてる。
The final video, Nirvana X, is already published.
そこには日時を示しているとおぼしき7桁の数字が。
There's a 7-digit number, which is probably a time and a date.
2月15日の12時
February 15th at 12 o'clock.
今日の正午。
Noon today.
相棒、現在時刻は？
These people won't get to sleep. Ivo, what time is it now?
午前7時55分。
7:55 a.m.
あと4時間とちょっとしかないじゃん。
We barely have 4 hours left. Yeah, we're getting down to the hours, getting 999 style. What's going to happen?
それが
Well,
わからないのよね。
we don't know.
多分動画内にあったもう一つの文字列、
My guess is the other letters that were in the video are some kind of code too.
その暗号が場所を示してると思うんだけど。
Maybe they point to a location. Yeah, CCFGGDAEIGAHE.
ダメだ。
No.
アルファベットを数字に変換。座標と考えて調べてみたか。
Convert the letters to numbers and check the coordinates.
島も何もない太平洋のど真ん中でしょ。
It's an area in the Pacific Ocean, no land around. Oh well, so you mean it's, Lamu.
とてもじゃないけど、そんなところが計画の発動地点とは思えなくて。
I don't think those coordinates are where the plan is happening.
だったら一体どこなんだ？
Now where could it be?
そうだ。さっきねーねこんな風に言ってたよね。
I remember something Nene said earlier.
ウルーとしぐれを殺した犯人。そいつが手がかりを握ってるかもしれないって。
The culprit who killed Uru and Tokiko. Maybe they have a
え
clue.
え、言ったけど。
Right.
そうか。
Well, in that case,
だとしたら
is Ryuki gonna come out?
一人気になる人物がいるんだよ。
There is one person.
犯人かどうかはわからない。
I don't know if they are the culprit, but
ただ重要な情報を知ってる可能性が高くて。
they might have some valuable information. Well, I presume this is a mame just because of the spoilery nature of the achievement list in Steam.
さっきまでは居場所がわからなかったんだけど、
I didn't know where to find them before,
今ならわかる。
but I got a good idea now.
その人は
That
彼
person,
女はきっと
she is
翔馬くんのところにいるはずだ。
probably with Shoma. Again, is this a mame? Into residence.
わかったよ。本当のこと言うね。
We don't know if Amame is the culprit though, but she might have some information. Imagine this team walking in on you.
姉ちゃん。
Big sis? Oh, we're really getting complicated with the big sisters here.
あまめ。
グ
Amame?
ラフマンの冷凍庫にあった死体。
Corpse in the freezer at Brahmin?
あれがあそこにあったのは私のせいなの。
Oh, this is basic. Okay. I'm the reason it's there. It's my fault.
6
So this
年
is
前
the story again.
2月11日の夜、私はお父さんに呼び出されてこの家に。
6 years ago, February 11th, my father called me
シ
here.
ョーマはいなかった。
Shoma wasn't here.
来たのはお父さんと半分になった死体だけで。
Only my father and half a corpse. Mame told us that Jin's body was hidden under the floor. Same body half that was in the suitcase. Mame said that she'd take care of it. She brought it to Gin, and they stored it in the freezer at Brahmin.
でもゲンちゃんは悪くないの。私が無理を言って頼んだことだから。も
Ginny didn't do anything wrong. I asked him to do it.
ちろんショーマも関係ない。このことを知ったのはついさっきのことで。
And Shoma has nothing to do with this. He just found out too.
いや、マメちゃん、ここに来たのはその件について聞くためじゃないんだよ。
Mame, that's not what we're here to ask.
私たちはテアラーとしぐれ2人を殺した犯人を探してるの。
We're looking for the person who killed Terror and Tokiko.
テアラーって
殺されたの？
What? Terror is dead. We didn't have time to explain everything. We told them about Terror's identity and the Nirvana initiative as quickly as we could.
とにかく詳しいことは署で聞かせてもらおう。
Can you tell us more about what we know at the station? What you know at the station?
甘め、一緒に来てくれる？
Amame, will you come with us?
やだ、やだ。
No, no.
誰が何と言おうと、姉ちゃんは絶対に渡さないからな。
I don't care what you say. You can't take Big Sis away.
私も翔馬と同じです。
I agree with Shoma.
甘めを引き渡すわけには。
I don't want you taking Amame away.
二人ともなんで？
What's the problem?
私たちはただ話を聞きたいだけなのに。
We just want to talk.
まさかとは思うが甘め。
Wait, Amame? She did it?
テアラーとしぐれを殺したのは。
Did you kill Terra and Tokiko? I didn't guess her. She was on my broad net list.
何言ってるんだよ。
What are you saying?
甘めは誰も殺してなんかいません。
Amame didn't kill anyone. Then why do you care?
悪いが、それはできない。
Sorry, I can't let you do that.
私がここに来たのは、甘めを守るためだ。
I came here to protect Amame.
伊達さん、あなたが冷凍庫の死体を見つけてしまったから。
Dante, if only you didn't find the body in the
ゲン
freezer.
その件はもう罪には問われないんだよ。
Again, she can't be prosecuted for that crime.
死体遺棄の控訴事項は3年だから。
The statute of limitations for abandoning a corpse is 3 years.
6年前に死体を隠したことで逮捕はされないの。
She can't get arrested for hiding the corpse 6 years ago.
だとしても、無理なものは無理なんだ。
But I just can't let you.
ゲンさん、それは理屈が通ってないよ。
Again, you're not making any sense.
もしかしてお前何か隠してるんじゃ。
Hold on, are you hiding something? Closet.
これって
No way.
テルミット爆弾だな。
A thermite bomb.
ああ？なんだと？
本当だ。
You're right.
確かにあるね。
Well, I just stumbled right into that one. It sure is. That little.
おい、ショーマ、こいつは一体。
Hey, Shoma, what is this?
爆弾だよ。テルミット爆弾。
It's a bomb, a thermite bomb.
そんなことは分かってる。
I know
あら、
that.
聞かないでよ。
Why'd you ask?
どうしてこんなものが？
Why is it
作っ
here?
たから。
I made it.
作った？
You made it.
テルミット反応の原理は単純なんだよ。
Thermite reactions are pretty simple.
市販の材料を集めるだけで簡単に作ることは。
You can make one easily using common products. I will now give you the recipe.
でも、なんで作ったの？
Well, why did you make it?
それは
Well,
父さんの仇を討つために。
to get revenge for my dad.
いつかテアラーに復讐してやろうと思って。
I wanted to get terror.
こいつでテアラーを爆殺するつもりだったと。
You were going to use this on him?
うん。
Yeah, and now it's going to backfire in some way. It's going to be used in some way unintended.
だけど、もう用済みになっちゃったみたいだね。
But I guess it has no use now. Oh, he's gonna... This is a trick.
だってテアラは死んじゃったんでしょ？
They're gonna use this for something. They can't just not use this. They can't be there and not be used. Terror is dead, right?
ああ、くそ、めんどくせえことしやがって。これ以上事態を複雑にしないでくれ。
You just made the situation so much worse.
ひとまずこれをどうするかについては後で考えましょう。
Let's decide what to do about that later.
ああ、今はそれより。
Right, there's a more pressing issue. We have AI balls just tag teaming. Must examine the adder rooster. Are you okay?
TC パージのこと？
What, the TC purge?
だったら言ったでしょ。僕はすでに抗体を持ってるって。
I told you already, I developed a resistance to it.
でも 脳内ニューロンの DNA は書き換えられたままなんだよね。
But the DNA of your brain's neurons is still affected, right?
だけど症状は特殊な薬で抑えてるから。
Yeah, but those symptoms are being held in check with some special medicine.
ちなみにその薬量産されてるものじゃないから多くの人たちに与えるのは不可能よ。
It's not mass produced, so we can't give it to too many people if that's what you're thinking. Just for plot convenience. Kitchen. Refrigerator. Look in the closet.
あのロボット完成したんだね。
You finished the robot, right?
ああ、うん。
Oh, yeah. Oh, he didn't. He didn't.
今度はロボジって名前にしたのか。
You named it Roboji, huh?
うん。2号機。次男だからロボジ。
Yeah, it's the second one, like a second child, so I named him Roboji.
前よりも格段にパワーアップしたんだよ。
He's much more powerful than before.
耐荷重もものすごく増加して。
It can hold so much more weight than the previous model. Oh, it might be used that way.
ってそんなことどうでもいいだろ。
Wait a minute, who cares? Might be important.
いいから早く帰ってよ。
Did you people just leave? Might have to see it work. Closet. Thermite bomb. Thermite bomb that Shoma made. It has 6 tanks. Again. About
甘
Amame.
めは私の全てを認めてくれた。
Amame accepted every part of me.
ありのままの姿を受け入れてくれた。
She saw me for who I was.
憐憫や同情の念からではない。
Wasn't out of pity or sympathy.
彼女は息をするように自然に私の存在を包み込んでくれたのだ。
He accepted me. This is like almost all of what his mind is made of. Her accepting me came naturally, like it was nothing.
そんなものはこれまでに誰一人いなかった。
I never met anyone like her.
私はその思いに応えなければならない。
I need to care for her the way she's cared for me.
甘めを守り抜くと誓ったのだ。
I promised to protect Amame,
だから彼女を渡すことは。
so I can't let
ケ
you.
ンちゃんだったらなおのことよ。
That's all the more reason
マメ
then.
ちゃんのこと大事に思ってるなら。
Really have those feelings for her.
このままじゃテアラーの計画が完遂されちまうんだよ。
If we do nothing, terror will accomplish his
凶
mission.
悪なウイルスがばらまかれるの。
A terrible virus is going to
それ
spread.
により世界は恐慌状態に陥り、最悪の場合
The world will devolve into chaos. No one will be safe.
甘めも命を失うことに。
Not even Amame.
そんな。
だから協力してって言ってるんじゃない。
So you need to help us.
計画を阻止するにはマメちゃんの情報が必要で。
We need Amame's information to stop this plan.
甘めはきっと何か知ってるはずだからな。
Amame must know something.
甘めの未来めちゃくちゃにしたいの。
Are you okay with ruining her Mirai?
彼女のこと守りたいんでしょ。
Don't you want to protect
だ
her?
ったら
And please. Date. By the
冷
way,
蔵庫のクリオネは始末したか？
did you get rid of the Cleone in the fridge?
してないよ。
No. The guy who doesn't put the toilet seat down. Control. TV. Greenery. Okay. Altar. Veggie. Okay, again. ねえねえ。
時間がないの。
don't have much
今は
time.
とにかくしょうまくんとゲンちゃんを何とかしないと。
We need to do something about Shoma and Gin. Shoma. Why are you protecting Amame?
決まってるだろ。僕の姉ちゃんだからだよ。
I won't let you. She's my sister.
別に逮捕するわけじゃないのに。
We're not here for that, whatever that is.
だけど
But
嫌な予感がするんだ。
I have a bad feeling.
嫌な予感？
A bad feeling?
とにかく罪がないならなおさらだよ。
If she's not guilty of anything, then that's all the more reason you can't take her.
警察になんか連れて行かせるもんか。
Not gonna let anyone drag her away.
僕は父さんのことも失ったんだ。
I already lost my
この上
dad.
姉ちゃんまで奪われたら、僕は
If you take big sis some guy.
小1の時、姉ちゃん僕にラジコンをプレゼントしてくれたんだ。
When I was in first grade, big sis gave me a radio-controlled toy.
その時から僕は物を作ることにハマっていって、
That's how I got into building things.
ロボット博に連れてってくれたのも姉ちゃんだし、本や部品を買ってくれたのも姉ちゃんだ。
She took me to robot expos and bought me books and parts.
僕を大学に行かせるために一生懸命働いてお金を貯めてることも知ってる。
And she's working so hard to save money to send me to college.
この6年間は毎日が地獄で、
These last 6 years have been hell.
辛くて苦しくて生きてることが嫌になって。
It was hard and painful. Sometimes I wanted to die because I have to be an export of Tsugumi in more ways.
だけど姉ちゃんはそんな僕を慰めてずっと支え続けてくれたんだよ。
But she always cheered me up and supported me
ゲノム編集の件ね。
during all the gene
姉
therapy.
ちゃんはいつでも僕のことを守ってくれた。
Big sis always protected me.
今度は僕が姉ちゃんを守る番だ。
Now it's my turn to protect her.
命よりも大切な人なんだよ。
She's more important to me than my own
だ
life.
から姉ちゃんを連れて行くって言うなら、この僕を殺していけ。
If you're gonna take you, you're gonna have to kill me first. Well, we have stun things that will take you out without killing you. So, no.
ショーマ。
犯人のこと憎くないの？
Do you hate
あ
terror?
なたのお父さんを殺した犯人
The man who killed your
テ
father?
アラーのことだよ。今奴の計画が着々と進んでる。
Terror's plan is still ongoing.
ニルバーナ構想、ナイクスの理想を実現するためのイカれた計画。
The Nirvana initiative is going to bring Nai's madness to the whole world.
それを阻止するためにどうしてもマメちゃんから話を聞く必要があるんだよ。
We need to talk to Mame in order to stop it.
このままテアラーの思い通りになってもいいの？
Do you want Terror to win?
奴の計画食い止めたいと思わないの？
Don't you want to stop his plan?
あいつの野望を打破すること、
Destroy his ambitions?
それがコメジさんの無念を晴らす唯一の方法じゃない？
Isn't that the only way to get closure for Komeji-san's death?
テアラーのこと恨んでるなら、
If you resent Terror,
復讐したいと思ってるなら
if you want
お願
revenge,
い協力して、翔馬くん。
please we need your help, Shoma. One more conversation. Shoma. Reason you want to talk to Mame.
マメちゃん、何か重要なこと知ってるんじゃない？
Mame, you know something important, don't you?
ニルバーナ構想のことやテアラーのこと、それからしぐれのことも。
Something about the Nirvana initiative and Terror, maybe something about Tokiko.
そう思って話を聞きに来たんだけど。
That's what we're here to find out.
言いにくそうだから俺が代わりに言ってやろう。
I know this is a touchy subject, but let me say it.
テアラーに殺害されたコメジはアマメ、お前の父親だった。
Terror killed Komeji, your father.
ってことはお前がテアラーに対して激しい恨みを抱いていたとしても不思議じゃない。
It stands to reason that you absolutely despised Terror.
だから奴を殺したっていうの？
Are you saying she killed him?
バカなこと言わないでください。
That's ridiculous. Well, it's sure making me believe, trying to make me believe that. It's not a bad theory. February 10th, 6 years ago on February 13th.
6年前の2月13日、マメちゃん、テアラーと会ったんだよね。
6 years ago on February 13th, you saw Terror, didn't you,
ス
Mame?
タジオドバイタで。
At Studio Devaita.
あの時どんなことがあったのか、テアラーと何を話したのか、
What happened back then? What did he say?
詳しいことはまだ何も聞かせてもらってない。
You still haven't told
昨日
us.
頭の中を覗かせてもらったけど、ドバイタでの件については分からなくて。
I looked into her head yesterday, but there was nothing on what happened at Devaita.
ただマメちゃんはソムニウム、 夢の世界の中でこう言ってた。
But in the Somnium, Mame said,
ニルバーナ
Nirvana
集められて
collected
みんな死ぬ。
genocide.
つまり君はニルバーナ構想に関する何らかの情報を知ってるはずで、
Which means you know something about the Nirvana initiative. Very tense.
5日前の2月10日、アマメ、お前はしぐれと会ったんじゃないか？
5 days ago, on February 10th, did you meet with Tokiko?
断定できる情報じゃないが、こんなことを言ってる奴がいてな。
We don't have hard evidence, but a witness saw you.
とにかく豆ちゃん、一人でホラケの中へと入っていったんだ。
Mame headed into Horadori Institute by herself.
そしたらもう一人、豆ちゃんの後を追うように施設の中へと入っていく人物が。
I saw another person follow her in right after.
しぐれだった。ナイクス日本支部の取材。しぐれトキコだよ。
It was Tokiko Sigure, president of Nice, Japan. Right, that actually happened in the future, in the late timeline.
龍騎がね、しぐれの頭の中を覗いたらしいの。
Miyuki looked into Tokiko's head.
3日前、2月12日のことよ。
3 days ago on February 12th.
そこには誰かを脅してる様子のしぐれの姿があって。
You saw Tokiko threatening someone.
すべて見させてもらいましたよ。
I saw everything.
もしも言うことを聞かなければ、わかりますね。
If you don't do as I say, I'm sure you know where this is going.
そこでしぐれが脅迫していた人物。
Could Tokiko have been threatening
それってもしかして甘めだったんじゃ。
you, Amame?
それにしても参ったな。
What are we gonna do?
二人ともどくつもりはなさそうね。
Light the thermite? As the good guys, the two of them aren't going to budge.
本当はこんなことしたくないんだが。
I don't want to do this. Blow up Shoma's house. Blow it up.
やむをえん。こうなったら力ずくで。
If we have to use force?
ダメです。そうはさせませんよ。
No, you can't do this.
僕はどんなことがあっても姉ちゃんを。
Yeah, we'll let you take Big Sis.
ゲンちゃん、ショウマ、
Any Shoma?
もういいよ。
That's enough.
甘め。
姉ちゃん。
大丈夫。すぐに戻ってくるから。
It's okay, I'll come back right away, promise. Except that's not how this game usually works, but okay.
本当だな。
Are you sure? Yeah.
約束だよ。
You promise?
約束する。
I promise.
それじゃあ、マメちゃん。
Now, Mame. Those bomb, that thermite's gonna do something. Let's go. They're gonna get blown up or something. Okay. Of course they sink. Abyss doesn't know how to do anything else but sink. Can't they just interrogate somebody? No, we have to sink. We have to call it talking to them. We just want to talk to you.
大丈夫かな。置いてきちゃったけど。
So any of these people could do the sync, Date, or the best person to do it would probably be older Mizuki, but for some reason younger Mizuki has to do it. Is Ryuki gonna be okay? We left him there.
しょうがないでしょ。
Well, we had to.
爆弾をあのままにはしておけなかったからな。
We couldn't just leave the bomb unattended.
それで龍騎君を監視役として残してきたと。
So you left Ryuki, of all people, to keep an eye on things?
今爆弾処理班が翔馬くんの家に向かってるはずです。
The bomb squad should be headed to Shoma's house right now.
それにしても驚きだわ。
It's quite a shock,
ア
though.
マメがウルーとしぐれを殺した犯人だったなんて。
Amame was the one who killed Iru and Tokiko. Or so we think. We don't know how exactly.
そんなこと言ってないけど。
I never said that.
だけど彼女めちゃくちゃ怪しいんでしょ？
But she's suspicious as hell, isn't she?
怪しいかどうかはともかくとして、少なくともニルバーナ構想に関する何かは知ってるはず。
Regardless of how suspicious she is, she should know something about the Nirvana initiative.
昨日龍騎がシンクした時には探りきれなかったらしいが。
When Ryuki synced into her yesterday, he didn't find anything, so we're just gonna keep syncing into her.
大丈夫だ。昨日のソムニウムデータはタマから受け取っている。
Don't worry, I received the Somnium data from Tama.
2度目みたいなもんだから より深く潜ることができるだろう。
He's gonna pound her with whatever drugs we used to do sinks and just pound her with sinks. Because we are returning for a second time, we should be able to go deeper than we did previously.
よし、準備完了。こっちはいつでも OK だよ。
Alright, we're ready to go.
じゃあお願い。
Start it up.
いいかい、水木ちゃん。ソムニウム内の滞在時間は
I'm sure you already know this, but the time limit inside Somnium
ああ
is...
もういい加減そのセリフやめてもらえる？次に同じこと言ったらぶっ飛ばすから。
If you say it one more time, I'm going to sock you.
分かったよ。
Okay, okay.
それじゃあ始めよう。
Let's begin. This is, I presume, is going to be a really hard sink. Prepare for some really challenging stuff. They could have done some clever stuff, some throwbacks. So they could have made it Date the sinker. They could have made all kinds of different people the sinkers. They could have had a character design for Marco and had a... They could have done something cool here. And they decided to just use the same old character, the same old sink. Anyway, that's
あのテレビから。
the TV.
さあ始まりました。クイズフェイストゥフェイス。
Welcome to the quiz show, Faith to Face.
司会のアンデス・コメジと申します。
I'm your host, Andes Komeji.
クイズ番組か。
A quiz show.
消えた。
It disappeared.
私は何も知らない。
I don't know anything. Huh?
本当に知らないの。
I really don't know.
豆ちゃん？
Mame?
水木、タマからもらったデータが使えるかもしれん。
Mizuki, the data we got from Tama might come in handy.
昨日、龍騎が甘めにシンクした時のものだ。
It's from when Ryuki synced with Amame.
ああ、さっき大聖堂で情報共有した時の。
Right, when we shared information at the cathedral earlier.
使えそうな証拠データを抽出して、ここで使用可能な形式に変換してある。
I extracted the evidence data that looked promising and converted it to a more usable format.
これを対象に放てば、ソムニウム世界の基盤が揺らぎ、隠された内容が表出する。
Project this outward, and the structure of the Somnium world will waver and unveil hidden information.
つまり、タマからもらった証拠を豆ちゃんに突きつければ、何か反応があるってことね。
In other words, if we show Mame the intel we got from Tama, we'll get a reaction.
そうだが、対象は甘めだけじゃない。
Yes, but not just Amame.
ソムニウム世界に存在するあらゆるものがターゲットとなる。
You can use the information to target many things in this Somnium.
物体に対しても証拠を突きつけられるってこと？
So you're saying it can target, like, objects?
そうだ。
Correct.
わかった。気になるものがあったらバシッと突きつけていこう。
If anything looks fishy, I'll try it out.
ルックで詳細が確認できるよ。一通り見てみて。
The details are under look. View the information there. Memory of wound, right side secret, information in sound, what Alamame said in yesterday's sync, what did you see his murderer terror? Okay.
タマの情報によると、前回のシンクではクイズ対決を行ったらしい。
According to Tama's info, in the previous sync there was a quiz
これ
battle.
はその第一ステージ。借り物クイズで得られた規則だな。
This was the first stage, the scavenger quiz, whereas Beethoven 9, Beethoven 5, and then I don't remember, and the third one I never managed to identify. I listened to all the Beethovens again since then, and it's not in one of the Beethovens, I think, which makes it trickier, because Beethoven is way easier, is way more popular and easier for me to recognize. Is it, like Tchaikovsky 6?
甘めは音楽や人の声が好きで、いろんな音を集めて聞いていた。
Amame likes music and video. She collected many different kinds of sounds.
そうして音の中から様々な情報を読み取ることに長けていった。
She became highly skilled at gaining information from sounds.
マメちゃんのソムニウム世界では音の中に何か情報があるってことかもね。
So that might mean that there's information in the sound of Mame's Somnium.
今回のシンクでも音に関するものは注意してみた方がいいだろう。
During the sync, we should focus on the sound.
これは昨日、甘めのソムニウムで
This is Mame's Somnium from yesterday.
龍騎たちがクイズ対決をしてオカルトクイズ中に得られた規則だ。
Ryuki and Tama completed a quiz battle to get this
規
information.
則の内容はこうだ。
The information is as follows.
昔から悩みが多い甘めは困ったら右側を選ぶことにしていた。
Amame was often troubled, but when in doubt, she always chose the right option.
何かに迷った時も秘密を隠す場所も右側に押し込めてきた。
When in doubt or when needing to hide something, she chose the option on the right.
この規則の通りオカルトクイズの答えが全て右側にあったらしい。
Thusly, all the occult quiz answers were on the right side.
右側たまたまじゃないってことか。
So that wasn't just by chance?
甘めのソムニウム世界では共通の規則なのかもしれん。
This may be a common rule in Amame's Somnium.
昨日タマたちが甘めのソムニウムで間違い探しをした時に分かった規則だ。
This is information Ryuki and Tama acquired playing the Spot the Difference game in Amame's Somnium.
甘めは傷がついたものを多く目にしてきた。
Amame came across many wounded things.
大切なもの、心、そして血。その多くの傷を自分に刻み込んでいる。
Important things, the heart, blood, she carried all of that damage inside.
そしてその間違い探しの正解となるものは全て流血していたり傷ついたものばかりだったようだ。
All the correct answers are bloodied or otherwise damaged in playing the Spot the Difference game.
じゃあ今回のシンクでも傷ついたものはチェックしておいた方が良さそうだね。
So we should look out for damaged things during the sync. So we got music, choose the right answer, as in the right side, and damaged things.
ああ、行動指針として覚えておこう。
Let's keep that in mind.
前日の隆起によるシンクで得られた情報だ。
More information we got from Ryuki regarding Mame's
ニ
sync.
ルバーナ、集められてみんな死ぬ。
Nirvana collected genocide.
甘めはそう言っていたらしい。
Amame said these words.
それってニルバーナ構想のことだよね。
It has to be about the Nirvana initiative.
おそらくな。
Most
マメ
likely.
ちゃんはやっぱり何かを。
Mame must know something.
これは隆起が甘めにシンクすることになった理由だな。
This is the reason Ryuki decided to sync with Amame.
調査の結果、甘めはコメジの遺体発見時にテアラを見た可能性が高いと分かった。
But he ended up syncing with her like 6 years later. That's the funny thing. Because he saw the body like in the past timeline, but then he synced with her in the future timeline. According to the investigation, there was a high likelihood Amame saw Terra when she found Komeji's body.
実際に見たかどうかは確認できていないが、
But this has not yet been confirmed.
これで全部か。
That's all of it.
何か捜査のヒントになりそうな気がするね。
Looks promising for the investigation.
ああ、うまく使っていこう。
Yes, let's use this wisely.
それじゃあ相棒。
Now, Iva.
分かった。
Got it.
ソムニウムスキャン開始。
Sound. Magazines. Headphones. Those are Shomas. Sounds. The right side. Broken things. Oh my goodness.
メンタルロックは8個か。
8 mental locks.
いつもより多いね。
More than usual.
それだけ秘密を隠したい意識が強いってことなんだろう。
That shows how strongly she is willing to hide her
とりあえ
secret.
ずマメちゃんに話しかけてみよう。
Let's try talking to her first. Currently, Amame has a secret which she covers with a lie. Expecting objects to make evidence appear. You can check the obtained evidence by pressing Control. When checking something, you can check the Show Evidence option to choose evidence from among the options. So I have to do her first. The first time we get to see these posters up close. You would think that you could recognize these characters from other games, but I really don't. None of them actually look that familiar. I mean, what's with this, like, anglerfish? Okay.
Amame da.
It's Amame. You have to do this, apparently. Let's see what it does. Control doesn't do anything, right? Okay.
Amame, ニルバーナ構想について知っていることを教えてくれないか?
Amame, can you tell me what you know about the Nirvana initiative?
知らない。何も知らない。
I don't know anything.
一点張りだな。逆に怪しく感じるが。
Same answer. It seems suspicious.
タマがくれた情報を見る限り、知らないはずはないんだけど。
According to the info Tama gave us, she has to know something.
その証拠を甘めに突きつけてみるか。何か反応があるかもしれん。
Would you like to show her the evidence? It might cause a reaction.
その証拠を甘めに
マメちゃんに何か証拠を突きつけてみよ
う。Let's show her some evidence. When her hidden truth is uncovered, the veil of lies crumble. You got a 1/3 timey.
甘めだ。
Show evidence. We gotta use the 1/3 timey on this already.
この前日のシンクでの甘めの言葉はどうだろう?
Oh, it's like a tutorial. How about what Amame said in yesterday's sync?
内容を今一度確認しておくか。
Let's confirm the details. This is an information you got from Amame during yesterday's sync. Nirvana collected geneticists what Amame said.
やっぱりどう考えてもニルバーナ構想のことを言ってるよね。
She has to be talking about the Nirvana initiative.
あ、この証拠を甘めに突きつけてみよ
う。Hopefully this will get less tutorial-y. Yes, we should show her this. Here on top of time spent for selections, every time you use show, time will be depleted. When you are correct with show evidence, the total time spent will be depleted. Look does not deplete time, so organize your information and choose wisely. Okay. 10.
甘めは昨日、ニルバーナ集められてみんな死ぬと言っていたそうだな。
Amame, yesterday you said Nirvana collected genocide.
もっとも夢の中でのことだが。
That was in a dream.
これはニルバーナ構想のことだろう。
You were talking about the Nirvana initiative, correct?
それはネットの噂で。
It was just an internet rumor.
どこのサイトにあった情報だ?
What site was it on?
これ以上は話してくれないみたいだね。
She's not saying anymore.
もう少し問い詰めたいところだが。
I would like to keep questioning her.
手持ちの情報の中で甘めを揺さぶれそうなものはないな。
I don't think there is anything we can draw more out of Amame.
ひとまず他の場所も調べてみよ
う。Let's check other locations. And now it's going to open up, right?
タマの情報によると、
According to Tama,
探すべきものの特徴は音に関するもの、傷ついたもの、そして右側だけのものだな。
Characteristics we are looking for: something related to sound, something damaged, and right side only. For a certain time, I'm a blank blank. The blank blank blank. Okay. Stereo. Where is that? There it is. The sound thing.
カセットテープのプレイヤー、ウォークマンだ。
A Walkman, except they call it a Volkman. A Volkman, a cassette tape player.
マメちゃんがいつも持ち歩いてるものだね。
It's the one Mame always has on her. Well, I presume that we show this to it. Nirvana. Collected. Genocide.
うして
Why?
マメちゃんの声だ。
It's Mommy's voice.
その前の音声は音が割れていたな。かろうじて単語は聞き取れたが。
The sound was distorted in the beginning. I was able to make out some words.
あ、消えちゃった。
Oh, it disappeared.
まあ証拠は手に入ったし、問題ないだろう。
We got the evidence. It should be fine. So she said why.
やはりネットから得た情報ではなさそうだ。
It's not information she got from the internet.
もう一度、マメちゃんに証拠を突きつけてみよう。
Let's show Amame again. Okay. We need to find 2 of these things? Okay, I better use the look button.
何者かがニルバーナ集める。
何者か。
水木、言いたいことはだが、従って現段階で。
I guess I don't know why we need 2 of these, but
アマメはニルバーナ構想の話を誰かから直接聞いて知った。
Amame, you heard about the Nirvana initiative from someone.
まあ、それが誰なのかはほぼ分かっているのだが、ひとまずその件については置いておくとして。
You have an idea of who that person is. Well, let's set that aside for now.
とにかくお前はそのことが頭にこびりついて離れず、昨日夢の中でこう言ってしまった。
In that case, you couldn't forget what you heard in your dream yesterday. You
ニ
said
ルバーナ集められてみんな死ぬ。
Nirvana collected genocide.
アマメ、答えてくれ。
Amame, answer me.
ニルバーナ構想とは何なんだ。
What is the Nirvana initiative?
知らない。わからない。
I don't know. The intersection between the warp and weft. That's where the seam can occur. Stop. あ、
何も知らない。何も。
I don't know anything.
何これ。
What is
アマメの防衛反応か。よほど隠したい事情があるらしい。
this is Amame's defensive reaction. She really wants to hide something.
だが、中には入れるようだな。
However, it appears to be permeable.
まあ、これで一歩前進だ。
We are one step closer.
この調子で証拠を探して、アマメの反応を見ていけば、目的の情報に近づけるだろう。
We should continue to evaluate how she reacts to get the information we are looking for.
じゃあ、まずは辺りを調べてみようか。いろいろと変化が起きたみたいだし。
Let's look around. Looks like a lot changed.
探すものは、音に関するもの、傷ついたもの、右側だけのものだ。
We're looking for something related to sound, something damaged to right side only. Okay. It's not damaged. TV. Why the anglerfish?
深海魚の写真だ。
How is it? Take photo.
外しても意味はなさそうだ。
It seems okay to
や
take.
めておこう。
But we shouldn't.
水木、残り5分を切ったわ。
Huh. Interesting.
バラバラになっているが、どうやらオカルト雑誌のようだ。
Some pieces, but I can determine that this is some kind of occult magazine.
さっきまではなかったものだな。
This is not here before.
どうしてバラバラなんだろう。
Why is it in pieces? Piece together. Read.
断片的にしかわからんが。
Only piece together some of it.
旧校舎3階のトイレ。水を流すレバーを上下左右下と倒すと出現する花子さんの噂。
There's a rumor that if you go to the old school building, 3rd floor, and push the toilet handle up, down, left, right, down, Hanako appears.
何かの裏技みたいだな。
Sounds like some kind of video game code.
よく見たらこの雑誌、イリスやマメちゃんと一緒に読みまくったやつだ。
Oh, this is the magazine that I read from Iris. Mom.
嘘くさい話ばっかりで面白いんだよね。
It's funny because all the stories sound so fake.
この状態、傷に当てはまりそうだが、何か隠されていそうだな。
This condition might be considered damaged. I wonder if something is sitting here. Okay, that's the third one. Okay. So TV. We went right side, not damaged.
テレビだ。画面。
Break.
悪いが、そういう気分ではない。
Sorry, not in the mood. Oh. For a certain time, I may start having reoccurring dreams. Huh. What? Well, that really closed things down, didn't it?
象の置物だ。甘めの私物だな。
It's an elephant figure. I'm always personal belonging. Put on your head.
嫌だ。
I refuse. Huh.
見るからに
これ。
Talk.
お前は誰だ？
Who are you?
Simulation.
名前を教えてくれ。
Tell me your name.
Simulation.
答えてくれないね。
I can answer, huh?
ナイクスの思想に傾倒している人物なのかもしれんな。
Perhaps this individual is an I's devotee.
残り4分くらいよ。
見るからに
これ。
Waste the 2x on this.
何か人物を特定できるような特徴はないかな。
Is there anything that stands out that might give away who it is?
この姿ではな。
With them looking like this. Okay. Now.
バラバラに。
I already did that thing. Piece it together with some chopping up. Done.
これはナイクスの経典だな。
The book on Nice's teachings.
マメちゃん、ナイクスとつながりがあったってこと？
Mame, do you have some kind of connection with Nice?
経典のこともネットで。
I read about it online.
それはありえない。経典のことはネットにはない情報だ。
That is not possible. The information is not available online.
マメちゃんが嘘をついてるってこと？
So Mame lying? Yes.
それにしても、どうしてオカルト雑誌が経典に変わったんだろう。
I wonder why the occult magazine turned into that book.
ここはそういう世界なのかもしれん。
Perhaps due to this Somnium.
どれもこれも仮初めの姿で真実を覆い隠しているとかな。
Everything is presenting a false appearance, hiding its true identity.
仮初めの姿か。
A false appearance.
ところで水木、この経典、右側だけが出現したように見えないか？
Hey Mizuki, doesn't this book look like it's the right side?
は、もしかして証拠が使える？
Oh, we can use the evidence. Oh, we can't interact with her?
ナイクスの経典。
Show evidence.
バラバラになったオカルトだが経典は破られた状態でもう半分の左側は見当たらなかった。
マメちゃんがこの経典を見たことがあるっていうのが気になるんだけど。
I'm curious about how she saw the book. Not this. Oh. Okay, that's tricky.
これが真実の姿？
This is the truth?
そのようだ。
Seems to be the case.
この人形はナイクスの主催室に置かれていたもの。それをアマメが知っているということは。
That doll was the one in the Nye's president's office. If Amame knows about it.
マメちゃん、主催室に行ったことが。
Mame, did you go to the president's office?
どうなんだ、アマメ。
Well, Amame?
よくイリスちゃんとも話してたでしょ。
I always talked about it with Iris.
秘密結社ナイクスの話。それで興味本位で話を聞きに。
The secret society of Nye's. I was curious, so I went to seek them
と
out.
いうことは、ニルバーナ構想の情報はしぐれから聞いた可能性も。
That means you could have heard about the Nirvana initiative from Tokyo.
やばい話を聞いちゃったから怖くなって隠してたとか。
Maybe it was so insane to her that it scared her and she wanted to hide it.
理由がそれだけなら、我々が聞いた時点で話してくれるだろう。
If that was the reason, she could simply have told us at this point.
確かに。何か話せない理由があるってことだね。
Yeah, true. There's another reason she can't tell us. People, what happened? Okay, so here we can use
見る
evidence.
からには。
これ。
Show evidence. Let's make it equal to 4. Okay.
アマメはお前と接触し、お前に関係のあるものを無意識下で脳裏に刻んだ。
Amame came into contact with you and subconsciously stored information related to you.
このソムニウム世界にガラス細工の人形が現れたのは、アマメがお前の部屋に行ったから。
The reason the doll appeared in this Somnium is because Amame went to your room.
そしてナイクスの経典があるのは、お前と会ったからだ。
And the reason Nice's teachings were found here is because she met you.
つまりお前は、しぐれトキコだな。
That would make you Tokiko Sigure.
地下へ行くための暗証番号は4901095。
Okay. 4901095. Code to the basement is 4901095.
これって。
Huh?
やはりしぐれのようだ。
It is Tokiko.
しぐれとアマメにどんなつながりがあったのか、本人に聞いてみるか。
We should ask her what relationship she had with Amame.
うん。証拠を突きつけてみよう。
Yeah, let's show her the evidence. Okay. Nice's teachings. Glass doll. No solid proof. The proof that would be this.
アマメ、お前はナイクスの経典を見たことがあるな。
Amame, have you seen a book of Nice's teachings?
あれはナイクスの施設にしかないものだ。
They only exist in Nice facilities.
さらに割れたガラス細工の人形。
And the broken glass doll.
あれはナイクスの主催、しぐれの部屋にあったものであり。
That was in the Nice president's office, Tokiko's room.
そのしぐれしか知らないはずの暗証番号を、なぜかお前は知っていた。
And you knew the access code that only Tokiko should know.
しぐれと何があった？すべて話してくれ、アマメ。
What happened between you and Tokiko? Tell me everything, Amame.
それは。
Well,
すべて見させてもらいましたよ。
I saw everything.
もしも言うことを聞かなければわかりますね。
If you don't do as I say, I'm sure you know where this is going.
もう逃げられないんだ。やり遂げないと。
I can't run from it. I need to do it. A question with no answer has no blank. Even so, blank blank.
やはりな。甘めはしぐれに脅されていたんだ。
I knew it. Amame was being threatened by Tokiko.
やめて
Stop.
何も知らない。知らない。
I don't know anything.
まさか、しぐれをやったのは。
Wait, Tokiko was
何
murdered.
言ってるの。マメちゃんがそんなことするはずないじゃん。
What are you talking about? Mame would never do that.
甘めはしぐれに何かを見られた。つまり秘密を握られていたわけだ。
Tokiko had some kind of leverage over Amame, some kind of secret.
その口封じのためと考えれば、動機は成立する。
To keep her quiet, that would be motive.
そんな。
No.
ついでにもう一つ付け加えておくと。
Oh, and one more thing.
さっき縁だけで伊達も言っていたが、甘めにはテアラー殺害の動機もあったはずだ。
Date was explaining this to the Enda household earlier. Amame had motive to kill Terror as well.
何しろ実の父親を殺されたんだからな。
Her father was killed by Terror.
コメジさん。
Andes Komeji, or Komeji-san. Things to interact with again. Broken? Find something broken?
3分切ったわよ、水木。注意しなさい。
Andes Komeji.
コメジのジャケットだ。
Check the pockets.
何かあるな。
There's something here.
これは激安で有名なスーパーのレシートだな。
Receipt from a discount supermarket.
クリームチョモランマ盛りプリン、泥甘胸焼けカフェオレ、
Cream Everest Flan, super sweet heartburn cafe en latte. What's that? Gee.
血糖値ぶち上げ、特納チョコドーナツ、
Blood sugar raising super chocolate donut. Komeji likes sweets. Okay, that's important apparently. Body bag.
遺体発見時の状況そのままだな。
This is exactly how he was found.
袋の中にはコメジさんが。
His body's inside the bag. Show evidence. Well, we don't have let's not do that. Let's not do either of those things.
これって6年。
震えの死体に突き立てられていた看板だ。
This is from 6 years ago. It's the sign that was stabbed in through
こ
his
の
body.
QR コードはビューキューブの動画。QR 動画にリンクしていた。
The QR code led to the ViewCube video. It was linked to the QR video. Read the sign.
フレイトゥーフリー。意訳すると、解放のための戦いとなる。
Fray to free, perhaps meaning a fight for freedom.
だが、下脱のためのという意味も込められていたのかもな。
Free could also perhaps be referring to Moksha. Oh, well, at negative time, you have to spin it on something stupid now. The only thing I can interact
脳
with.
体部
No. 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 This it saves time to open it first, honestly, because then I can use a 4 on the
や
show
はり
evidence.
米次か。
In a Haru and
父親のむごい姿を目の当たりにしたんだ。甘めのショックは大きかっただろう。
she saw the mutilated body of her own father. It must have shaken her to the
当
core.
時はかなり不安定になってたよ。誰の声も耳に入らない感じで。
She was pretty off, I remember, totally zoned out, like she wasn't even there.
仕方ないよね。
忘れたくても忘れられないよ、こんな光景。
That's to be expected, though. It's not the kind of thing you just forget.
そうだな。
Right.
この遺体発見当時のことについてもタマから情報をもらってたね。
We got info from Tama regarding when the body was
そ
found.
れを突きつけてみるか。
Let's show that evidence. Okay.
脳体袋だ。
Now we can... Oh, it doubles it again. Oh. This. Yes.
テアラーの鉄仮面。
Terror's Iron Mask.
6年前あのスタジオに入ってきたの。
6 years ago at the studio, I saw them.
龍騎さんのロープほどこうとしてたらあいつが
I was trying to untie Ryuki and
ゴロゴロとゴロゴロとストレッチャーを押しながら
they came in pushing a
だ
stretcher.
から私は逃げて、でもすぐに追い詰められて、
So I ran, but they got
気
me.
がつくと銃を突きつけられてた。
Next thing I knew, I had a gun pointed at me. Shoma, wrench.
龍騎の推測通り、アマメはテアラー、ウルーと接触していたようだな。
As Ryuki suspected, Amame had contact with Terror.
その時点では、ストレッチャーの上の脳体袋、
At the time, she probably did not realize that inside the body bag
その中にコメジの死体があったことはわからなかっただろ
was Komeji's
う。だが
corpse.
龍騎が目覚めた後、アマメもそれを見て、
But when Ryuki regained consciousness, Amame saw it and
自分が会った鉄仮面の男、彼がコメジさんを殺したのだと理解した。
she realized the man in the iron mask she saw was the person who killed him.
うむ。
Yes. It keeps doubling on me. Wrench.
レンチだ。
Can't do it too long.
ショーマのヘッド、
Put on.
私がつけても意味がない。
No point in
こ
putting
い
them
つに
on.
何かを突きつけるべきじゃないか。
Perhaps we should put on this.
あと1分しか。
There we go.
レンチだ。
Touch.
使えそうな場所がない。
Nowhere to use this.
ショーマのヘッド、
Show evidence. Oh, okay.
何か聞こえるぞ。
Oh, I can hear something.
ショーマのいないうちに
Since Shoma's gone,
この子ちょっと借りるね。
I'm gonna borrow this.
ごめん。
The robot? I'm sorry.
ショーマのロボだ。
Shoma's robot.
マメちゃんがショーマのロボを持ち出したってこと？
Mama took Shoma's robot with her?
私はただ買い物に使っただけ。
I used it to go shopping.
それだけだよ。
That's it.
独立競技場のセンターサークル。
The center circle at the
そ
stadium.
こにウルーの死体を運搬したのは、この一輪ロボである可能性が高い。
It's highly likely that the mono-wheel robot that carried Uru's body
知
there.
ってるよ。
Right, but
でも切断機を使わない限り犯行は不可能。
without using the slicer, it's
そ
impossible.
の切断機がホラ犬の地下にあるなんてマメちゃんは知らなかったはずで。
Mama didn't know that the slicer was in the basement of the Horadori Institute.
さあ、それはどうかな。
I don't know about that. We're gonna fail this time, but keep retrying until we get it. How many time left? Trident.
オリハルコン
Show it to Mame.
見せてどうするんだ
What's the point of showing her? It's the answer on the right.
何か反応があるかも。
I get a reaction.
ダメだ
Okay. Where's the interactables? Oh, the half a mask.
鉄仮面。
あるのは向かって左側つける人物から見て右側だけだな
The iron mask is broken into half down the middle. It's the left side, or depending on how you look at it, the right side of the wearer.
ああややこしいから右目側と呼ぶことにするか
Indeed, let's call it the right eye side. I presume you show evidence. Nope. Oh. Right side secret.
これはホラ剣にあった石像か
This is the statue at the Horadori Institute. Inside you put in.
パッと見何もないけど、いかにもうさんくさい部屋だね。
Nothing looks off at first glance, but there's got to be something.
詳しく調べてみないとな
We should search this place. So this is like how it was in Mizuki's timeline. Or is it Mame went down here with Mizuki? With Leon?
なんか音がした気がするんだけど。
気のせいじゃないか
今のは13日の午前0時過ぎホラ剣の地下で交わした会話だな
It's a little past 12 a.m. on the 13th. This is the conversation that was held in the basement of the Horadori Institute.
そんな、あの時の音は豆ちゃんの。
So what we were hearing was Mame?
現場にいなければ今の会話が再現されるはずはない
If she was not... Oh, it's so subtle. Oh. If she was not present, this conversation would not have played.
アマメは地下に行く方法を知ってたんだよ
Amame knew how to get to the basement.
おそらくあの日も地下に行くつもりだったんだろう
I suppose she was headed there on that day too.
だが水木たちの声が聞こえて慌てて引き返したんだ
But she heard your voices and scrambled to hide.
どうして
Why?
あそこにはしぐれの左半身があったよな
That's where Tokigo's left half was, correct? Basement of Horadori Institute.
私を疑うの
Are you accusing me? We're about to.
これだけの証拠が揃ったんだ
We have this much proof.
そろそろアマメがしたことの全貌が見えてきたんじゃないか
I think we have an idea of what Amame did.
水木
Mizuki?
おい水木
Hey, Mizuki! Yeah.
水木お前はアビスの捜査官だ真実から目を背けるな
Mizuki, you're an abyss investigator. You need to face the truth.
わかってる。わかってるよ。
I know, I know.
ちゃんと確かめるから。
I'll do this right. What evidence proves what Amame did? This? Threatened by Tokiko. Borrowed the robot. Stairs. Yep.
アマメお前はまずコメジの復讐目的でウルーを手にかけたんだな
Mame, you killed Iru to get revenge for your father, correct?
だがその現場をしぐれに見られて脅され、口封じのためにしぐれも殺害。
But Tokiko saw you and blackmailed you. You killed her to keep her quiet.
そしてしぐれの右半身を主催室に置き、ホラ剣の地下に放置されていた残りの左半身を。
Then you left Tokiko's right half in the president's office, and the left half remained in the basement of the Horadori Institute.
頭悪いね。矛盾だらけじゃん。
I mean, you're not so smart. So many mistakes.
早く運ばなきゃ。
I need to carry it. Killed Uru. Choose an answer.
マメちゃん。
Mame? Becomes a villain.
マメちゃん、どうしたの？
Mame, what's wrong?
違うよね。
We are wrong,
殺
right?
したなんて。そんなことするわけないよね。
You didn't kill anyone, did you?
ねえ。お願いだから。
Please tell me you
違
didn't
う
do
って
it.
言ってよ。うるさい。
Shut up.
うるさい、うるさい、うるさい。
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
マメちゃん。
Gonna do an Ace Attorney breakdown or a Danganronpa breakdown, except breakdowns are more characteristic of Ace Attorney. An early Danganronpa.
さあ、あなたならどうするの？何があってもこんなことしない。
What would you have done? Can you honestly say you would do the same?
本当に常に正しい答えを選べる。
Really, you always make the right decision?
何も知らないくせに分かったようなこと言わないで。
You don't know anything. Don't talk to me like you understand. We're gonna have to redo the Somnium, but...
ここは
This place is...
マメちゃん。
Mame?
縁だけか。
The Enda household.
すまんな。父ちゃんたち離婚することになって。
I'm sorry, we are getting a divorce.
私たちはどうしたらいいの？
What are we going to do then?
お前たちには申し訳ないんやけど、どっちについてくか選んでくれへんか。
I hate to ask you to do this, but you need to choose which of us you'd like to stay with.
そんな急に選べって言われても。
You want me to choose like right now?
すまんな。全部父ちゃんのせいや。
I'm sorry, it's all your daddy's fault.
稼ぎもせんと迷惑かけてばっかりで。ほんま申し訳ない。
I wasn't making money. I caused trouble for your mother. I'm really sorry.
いなくなると困るのは父親と母親どっち？
Which is worse to lose, the father or mother?
え？
What?
いなくなると困るのは父親と母親どっち？
That's what these quiz questions meant. What is worse to lose, the father or
自
mother?
分と同じように選んでみろ。そういうことなんじゃないか。
Suppose she's asking you at the end to answer the question like she had to. She would rather lose the mother?
私もあの時お母さんについていくと決めた。
I mean, rather lose I chose to go with
でも
mom.
もしお父さんを選んでいたら
But if I choose dad,
私お父さんについていく。
I'm going with you,
お
dad.
父さん頼りないから私がちゃんと見てあげないとね。
You need my help, so I need to look after you.
そうか。ありがとうな、甘め。父ちゃんも安心やわ。
Thank you, Amame. I'm glad to hear that.
もしお父さんを選んでいたら未来は違ってたのかな。
If I chose my dad, I wonder how my future would have been different.
私お母さんについていく。
I'm going with mom.
お母さん一人で頑張りすぎちゃうから私が支えてあげなきゃ。
Mom works really hard. She needs my help.
そうか。せやな。母ちゃんのことよろしく頼んだで。
That's true, isn't it? You need to take care of your mom.
私お父さんのお笑い大好きだよ。
I
ず
love
っ
your
とずっと応援してるからね。
I love your comedy, Dad. I'm always on your side.
ありがとうな。
Thank you.
父ちゃん、頑張るさかいな。ちゃんと見といてや。
Daddy's gonna do his best, just you watch. Choose the mother. Answer. Question with no answer has no right or wrong. Even so, Mame still dwells on what could have been.
自分を責めているのか。甘めに非があるわけではないのに。
She must feel guilt for her decision, but she did nothing wrong.
それでも気にしちゃうのはわかるよ。
I can understand what would bother her.
今度はなんだ。
What's next?
コンテストで入賞、すごい。やったねショーマン。
You got a prize at a contest? That's amazing,
ロボッ
Shoma.
ト作るのずっと夢だったもんね。おめでとう。
It was always your dream to make a robot. Good job.
ありがとう。
Yeah, thank
いい
you.
思い出になったよ。これで最後になるかもしれないし。
That'll be a good memory. This might be my last time.
最後ってどうして？
Last time?
あ
Why?
のロボを作るのに結構お金がかかっちゃってさ。
I used so much money to make that robot.
父さん、仕事用の衣装を欲しがってたのに我慢してるみたいだし。
Dad wanted a new outfit for work, but he's been putting it off.
あんまりわがまま言ってられないから。
I can't be asking for stuff for my robots.
そうなんだ。
I see.
放課後と週末も使って働けば月に10万くらいは稼げるかな。
If I work after school and on weekends, I can make like 100,000 yen a month, maybe.
それならロボの部品もお父さんの衣装も買えるはず。
With that money, I can buy robot parts and a new outfit for Dad.
アルバイトの面接だね。夜勤希望なの？
You're here for the interview, right? You want to work the night shift?
はい、お金をたくさん稼ぎたいんです。
Yes, I want to make a lot of money.
でも君いくつなの？
How old are you?
もし高校生だったりしたら遅くまでは働かせられないんだよね。
If you're in high school, I can't make you work late. Huh?
正直に生きて貧乏になるか、嘘をついてお金持ちになるか、選ぶならどっち？
Be truthful and be poor, or lie and make money. Which would you choose? Well, she decided to lie and make money.
また問題か。
Another question. Lie.
私は働くために嘘をついた。
I lied in order to work.
でも、そうしなかったら。
But if I didn't?
そうなんですね。わかりました。
I see, okay.
っていうことがあってさ、他は時給が低いバイトしかなくって。
All the other jobs were too low paying.
でもその分暇ができちゃったから、たまにご飯を作りに来るよ。
I have some free time, so I'll come home and eat
自
dinner.
炊すれば少しは節約になるでしょ。
If we cook at home, it would save money, right?
そこまでしなくてもいいのに。
You don't have to do that.
まあ父さんはお金よりこっちの方が喜びそうだけど。
I think Dad would be happier about seeing you than the money.
ああ、なんや豆、来とったんか。
Oh, Amame, I didn't know you were
お
here.
かえり、お父さん。
Welcome home, Dad.
こんな風に顔を合わせる機会があれば、
If I saw my dad more,
お父さんの悩みにも気づけたのかな。
would I have noticed his problems?
大丈夫です。私、20歳ですから。
It's okay, I'm 20 years old.
そうなんだ。若く見えるね。
You look so young.
人気が出れば、その分お給料も弾むから。頑張ってね。
Well, the more popular you are, the more you get paid, so good luck.
はい、よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you.
年齢をごまかしてでも働きたかった。
She wanted to work even if it meant lying about her age.
いや、働かざるを得ない事情があったんだな。
No, she needed to work.
家族のこと本当に大切だったんだね。
She really cares about her family.
ああ、甘めか。こんな夜中にすまんな。
Amame, sorry to call you so late.
いいよ、バイト終わったところだし。それより大丈夫？
It's fine, I just finished work. Are you okay? What?
バイト中にスマホで見てたの。あの番組、フェイストゥフェイス。
I was watching that one show on my phone, Face to Face.
店中、大騒ぎになってたから。
It got pretty crazy.
ああ、そうか。まあ、わては大丈夫や。
Right, that I'm okay.
半分になった死体なんて、どうやらも見てもうたけど。
I did see half a corpse, but...
声、全然大丈夫そうじゃない。そっち行こうか？
You sound upset. Should I come see you?
そばにいてほしいんでしょ？だから電話を。
You want me to be with you, right? That's why you called?
何言うとんねん。そんなんちゃうわ。
No, that's not it.
本当に大丈夫？
Are you sure you're okay?
何も心配せんで。
Yeah, don't worry about me.
お前の方こそ気ぃつけて帰り。夜道は危険やさかい。
You be careful too. It can be dangerous out there at night.
やっぱり行こう。お父さんのところ。
I'm gonna go see Dad.
私が支えてあげないと。
I need to support him.
マメちゃん、どうしよう。私、なんか怖くて。
Mame, what should I do? I'm scared.
イリスちゃんもスタジオにいたから。
Iris, you were there too, right?
見ちゃったの、死体。だから。
Yeah, I said the dead body, so can we...
今から会えない？
Can we meet right now? Now?
お願い、そばにいてほしいの。
Please, I want you to be here.
このままじゃ。目の前で家族と親友が助けを求めている。片方しか選べないとしたら、どっちを？
Oh, this question. What would you do if your best friend and your family asked for help at the same time, and you could only choose one? She chose best friend, didn't she?
私は親友を選んだ。
I chose my best
でも
friend.
あの夜、お父さんに会っていたら。
If I went to go see my dad.
イリスちゃん、本当にごめん。
Iris, I'm really sorry, but
私、どうしても会わなきゃいけない人がいるの。
I need to go see someone.
その人も今、助けを求めてて、私が支えてあげなきゃいけなくて。だから。
He needs my help. I need to be there for him.
そっか。大丈夫。分かったよ。
Okay, I'll be fine. I understand.
こっちこそごめんね。なんか突然変なお願いしちゃって。
I'm sorry to ask you for such a weird thing out of the blue.
この電話は繋いだままでいるから。声はずっと聞いてるから。
You can stay on the line, though. I'll be listening.
マメちゃん、ありがとう。
Mame-chan, arigato.
私がちゃんと気にかけていたら、お父さんは死なずに済んだのかな。
If I went to see Dad, maybe he wouldn't have died.
わかった。すぐに行くから。
Okay, I'll be right
イ
there.
リスちゃん、今どこ？
Iris, where are you now?
ありがとう。
Chose the best friend.
アマメはこの時のことも後悔してるのか。
Amame regrets this
ナメ
too.
ちゃん、
経典だ。
The book.
こんなもの読みたくない。
I don't want to read this.
この世はシミュレーション。
This world is only a simulation.
その事実はあなたの心も救うと思ったのですが、
You could have been saved by this truth, but
まあいいでしょう。
oh well.
研究所の地下で告げたことをもう一度言います。
I'm going to tell you what I told you in the basement again.
私はあなたがしたことをすべて見ていました。
I saw everything that you did.
もしも公にされたくなければ、これから私が告げる指示に従ってください。
If you don't want me to reveal what I know, do as I say.
何をさせる気？
What are you going to make me do?
12日の夜、
On the night of the 12th.
私は例の切断機を用いて、自ら命を絶ちます。
I will use the slicer to take my own life. What?
そんな。
No.
しぐれは自殺したのか？
Tokiko killed herself? Well, that's kind of a lame answer.
その後あなたは、私の右半身をこの主催室へと運んでください。
How could she reveal what you did if, like, she was dead? Afterward, I want you to take my right half to the president's office.
死体の設置場所は、このデスクの上。
Leave my body on the desk.
ここを訪れる際には、隠しエレベーターを使うといいでしょ
Use the hidden elevator when coming
う。
here.
詳しい手順については後ほど説明します。
I will explain how to use it later.
必要なマスターキーも暗証番号もその時に。
I will tell you about the master key and access code.
なんで私が？
Why do
そ
I?
れだけではありません。
That is not all.
あなたには他にもやってもらわなければならないことがいくつもあります。
There's more I need you to do.
断ればどうなるかわかりますね。
You know what will happen if you decline, don't you?
重大な秘密をばらされるか、リスクの高い計画に加担するか、選ぶならどっち？
Which do you choose? Have your biggest secret spilled or be part of some dangerous plan? She chose to be part of the plan.
従うしかなかった。
I had to obey.
すべて指示された通りに。
I had to do what she said. No, she picked like the opposite of everything I picked when I did this.
わかりました。
I understand.
もう逃げられないんだ。
I can't run from
急
it.
げないと。
I need to do it. Chose a dangerous plan.
「これで最後。
This is it.
染月ウル。
Hiruso Mizuki.
そうつまりこの世界は不完全なんだ。僕も随分苦しめられたよ。
Yes, this world is an imperfect one. I was put through much hardship.
しかし所詮はシミュレーション。下脱さえできればそれでいい。
But it's all a simulation. After all, as long as I can reach Moksha, all will be well. This is Terra's non-distorted voice.
ナイクスの教義は絶対だよ。あの人の予言もしかりだ。
The teachings of Nais are absolute, as is the prophecy.
ねえ、一つ聞いてもいい？
Hey, can I ask you one thing?
なんだい？
Yes.
あなた、本当にテアラーなの？
Are you really Terror?
そうだけど。
Yes, I am. What of it?
じゃあ6年前の2月13日のこと覚えてるよね？
Do You remember what happened on February 13th, 6 years ago?
もちろんだとも忘れるわけがない。
Of course, I will never forget.
君と出会った運命の日だ。
That was the fateful day I met you.
君は歴史の目撃者。僕らの思想を知るにふさわしい。
You are a witness to history. You are worthy to know our ideals.
だからこそ、君をここへ招待したんだよ。
Which is why I invited you here.
さて、過去のこともいいけど、未来のことを話そうか。
Enough with the past. Let's talk about the future. This is down in the basement, right?
やがて配信されることになるビューキューブの動画。ニルバーナ X。
A ViewCube video will soon be made public. Nirvana X.
それは多くの人間の目に触れることになるだろう。
Many people will watch it.
みんなそれを見てあの場所に集まってくるんだ。
Those who see it will collect in a predetermined location.
何のために？
Why?
全人類が下脱へと至る初めの一歩。
The first step for all mankind to reach moksha.
僕はその瞬間の喜びを、興奮を、多くの人々と分かち合いたいと思ってるんだよ。
I want to share the excitement with as many people as possible.
とても大切なあの場所で。
At this important place.
縦糸と横糸の交点。ほころびはそこに生じるんだ。
The intersection between the warp and weft. That's where the seam can occur.
そしてついにニルバーナ構想は実現されるのさ。
And the Nirvana initiative will become reality.
私は知ってる。こいつがしたことを。
I know what he did.
だって見たから。
I saw what he did.
死体を乗せたストレッチャーを押して、あのスタジオに入ってくるの。
He came to the studio with the corpse on a stretcher.
なんて素晴らしいんだ。君もそう思うだろう。
This is magnificent, don't you think so?
なんでなんでなんで
なんでなんでなんでなんで
なんでそんな風に笑ってられるの？
Why do you just laugh like that? Laugh about it.
自分が殺した相手の娘がここにいるのに。
The daughter of the man you killed is right here.
すぐ目の前にいるのに。
Right in front of you.
こいつがお父さんを殺した。
He killed my dad.
教義だとか予言だとかくだらないもののために。
All for some stupid teachings and prophecy.
私や翔馬の人生をめちゃめちゃにして。
You ruined Shoma's life and mine.
全部こいつのせいなんだ。
It's all his fault, all of it.
目の前で大切な人が傷つけられた。犯人に謝罪させる？復讐する？
Someone important was hurt in front of me. Make the person apologize or get revenge. And she got revenge.
甘えされ。
You. This was our. There's no wound on this head.
お前さえいなければ。
It's all your fault. That's why the wrench was there.
Oh. 同じ苦しみを味合わせてやる。
I am going to make you suffer the same pain.
どんな理由であれ、甘めのしたことは犯罪だ。擁護するわけにはいかない。
分か
ってるよ。でもこんなのってない。事件に巻き込まれなければこんなことにはならなかったのに。
もし母親ではなくコメジを選んでいれば、もっと頻繁に顔を合わせていれば、コメジが死ぬことはなかったかもしれない。あの日再会しなければ、ついて行ったりしなければ、ウルーを殺すことにはならなかったかもしれない。 そうなっていればしぐれに利用されることもなかっただろう。だがな、この世界にもしもなんてないんだ。いくら考え思い悩んでも一度選んでしまった道を引き返すことはできない。それがこの世の断りだ。
私はこの道を選んだ。選ぶしかなかった。罪の意識がないわけがない。怖くないわけがない。でもやったの。私は私のために一番いい選択をしたの。誰が私を責めても私は後悔しない。後悔なんてしない。豆ちゃん。
Somniums cannot be used in court, remember?
Mameちゃん、大体のことは
Mame,
分かったよ。
I think I understand.
であら、染月ウルーを殺したのは
Iru Sumazuki Terror was killed by
豆ちゃんだったんだね。
you, Mame.
しぐれの方は誰かに殺されたわけじゃなくて、
And Tokiko wasn't
彼
killed.
女は切断機に横たわり自ら命を絶った。
She set herself up on the slicer and took her own life.
でもわからないことがいくつかあるの。
But I'm still not clear on some
聞
things.
かせてくれる？
Will you talk to us? Computer?
アマメちゃんの脳波は正常。
Mame's brainwaves are
体調
normal.
に問題はないよ。
There is nothing wrong with her.
アマメはあなたの友達だもんね。
I know Mame is your friend.
尋問しづらい気持ち、わからないでもないわ。
I understand that it's hard to interrogate her.
でもこれもあなたの大事な仕事よ。
But it's an important part of your
時
job.
には感情を殺すことも覚えないと。
You need to learn to set aside your emotions. Date?
話なら甘めに。
Talk to a Mame.
私のことはいいから。
Don't worry about me. Why did Tokiko commit suicide?
それがわからないの。
I don't know.
理由は教えてくれなくて。
She didn't tell me.
2月10日、私はウルーを殴って気絶させ、切断機に。
On February 10th, I knocked out Uru and put him on the slicing
機
machine.
械が止まった後、気配を感じて振り向くと、そこにしぐれが立ってて。
After the machine stopped, I sensed someone behind me. Tokiko was standing there.
すべて見させてもらいましたよ。
I saw everything.
取引をしましょう。
Shall we make a deal?
これからあなたにいくつか指示を出します。
I will give you some commands.
以降はその指示に従って動いてください。
And you will follow them.
もしも言うことを聞かなければわかりますね。
If you don't do as I say, I'm sure you know where this is going.
その指示の一つが右半身の運搬だったの。
Her first order was to move the right half of the body,
しぐれ自身の。
Tokiko's body.
彼女の死体を運んだのは12日の夜のことだった。
It was on the night of the 12th that I moved her.
言われた通り、ホラ犬の地下室に行ってみると、そこにはすでに切断された後のしぐれの体が。
I went to the basement of the Horidori Institute and found Tokiko's body there just as she told
運
me.
搬場所として指定されてたのはナイクスの主催室。
She specified that I moved the body to the president's office.
しぐれはそこの机の上に右半身を置くようにって。
She told me put the right half of the body on the desk.
主催室への行き方も事前に教わってた。
About how to get inside the room,
階段室の鍵、そのマスターキーはもらってたし、
she gave me the master key to the staircase as well,
主催室から隠しエレベーターに乗って戻る方法も。
and how to use the hidden elevator up to the office. Oh. Why'd you follow her orders even if she was dead?
それは
Well,
あなたがしたことのすべては書面にしたため、信頼できる部下に託しています。
I've documented what you did and gave it to one of my most trusted subordinates.
仮にあなたが指示に従わなかった場合、それは警察の手に渡ることになるでしょう。
If you stray from my commands even slightly, that evidence will be sent to the police.
なるほどな。
I see. Tokyo's left half.
左半身に関する指示は特に受けてないの。
She didn't give me any orders about the left half.
だからあの切断機のところにそのまま。
So I just left it on the slicer.
ただ気になって見に行こうとはしたけど。
I was curious though, so I did take a look. Why was Uru's left half at the stadium?
私が運んだから。
I carried it.
ショーマが作った一輪ロボを借りて。
I borrowed the robot Shoma made, the one with one wheel.
しぐれにそうするよう命じられたの。
Tokiko ordered me to do it.
水木ちゃんにナイルでメッセージを送ったのもそう。
That's why I sent you the message on Nile, Mizuki.
しぐれに指示されたから。
Because Tokiko told me to.
送信に使ったのは彼女から渡されたスマホで。
She sent the message from the phone she gave me. I sent.
じゃあ大聖堂の儀式台、あの中にウルーの右半身があったのは？
What about Uru's right half on the ritual platform at the cathedral?
その死体を運んだのは私じゃない。しぐれだよ。
I didn't move the body, it was Tokiko.
目的はわからないけど。
I don't know why she did that.
何か理由があって右半身を隠しておきたかったのかも。
I'm guessing she wanted to hide the right half of the body for some reason.
一体どういうこと？
What does all this mean?
甘めにメッセージを送らせたのは水木にウルーの左半身を発見させるためだろう。
Tokiko forced Amame to send a message so it would be Mizuki who found Uru's left half.
だが右半身の方は隠しておく必要があったと。
And for an unknown reason, she hid the right half.
わけがわからないわ。
I don't get it. Why did you meet with Uru?
5日前の2月10日。
5 days ago on February 10th.
突然ウルーから連絡があって、ホラ犬に来てほしいって言われて。
I got a call from Uru telling me he wanted to meet me at the Horidori Institute.
その時彼、自分はテアラーだって名乗ったの。
He called himself Terror.
私は6年前、テアラーに会ってる。
6 years
スタジオ
ago,
ドバイタで。
I met Terror at Studio
だ
Devita.
から彼のこと知ってて。
So I knew it was him.
テアラーは父親のコメジさんを殺した犯人。
Terror was the one who killed your father, Yone Haru Enda.
つまり初めから明確な殺意を持って彼に会ったってわけね。
So you met him with the intention of killing him?
それで警察には言わなかったと。
That explains why you didn't talk to the police.
どうでしょう。自分でもよくわからないんです。
I don't know what's got into me.
恨みを抱いていたことは確かですが、殺そうとまで思っていたかどうか。
I knew I hated him, but I don't think I wanted to kill him.
とにかく彼から話を聞きたい。そう思って。
I wanted to hear what he had to say. Machine. Boss. What did you ask to see you? Why?
彼が立てた計画、私に自慢したかったんだと思う。
I think he wanted to brag about his plan. Oh, that trope.
話してる間、誇らしげな顔してたから。
He's so stupid. He had a smug look on his face when he was explaining it to me.
ニルバーナ構想のことね。
The Nirvana initiative?
だけど、なんでマメちゃんに？
Why you, Mame?
水木、ウルーの日記に書いてあったろ。
Mizuki, do you remember Uru's diary? February 13th. I met the person of my destiny.
その日、スタジオドバイタの西の扉に、ウルーは甘めを追い詰めた。
On that day, at the west door of Studio Devita, Uru cornered Amame.
そこで奴は彼女と至近距離で対面している。
They were face to face, close enough to touch.
要するに、そういうことだ。
It's possible that he had a crush on her.
つまりウルーは甘めのことを。
Uru fixated on Amame. Well, that's why he did something stupid.
確かに私は罪を犯しました。
I committed a
こ
crime.
れからどんなことをしても決して拭うことのできない罪を。
A crime that I can never take back.
反省とか懺悔とか謝罪とか、
I can't reflect, repent, or apologize.
そんなことで済まされるような過ちじゃない。
Nothing will fix
そう
what I
思って
did.
ます。たとえどんな理由があったにせよ、私は人を一人殺したのですから。
No matter what my reasons were, I killed a human being.
でも
But
私はどうしてもあいつのことが許せなかった。
I couldn't forgive him for what he did.
お父さんの命を奪ったあいつのことが
That man who killed my father.
計画のため。
All for some plan. We're waiting for you to explain what the plan is.
何なのそれ。ふざけないでよ。
What's that about anyway? Some stupid plan?
そんなくだらないことのためにお父さんは
That why my father had to die?
マメちゃん、気持ちはわかるよ。
Mom, I understand how you feel, but what was the
で
plan?
も
But think about
翔馬くんと玄ちゃんは悲しんでるんじゃないかな。
But think about how Shoma and Guinea are going to take this.
分かってるよ。そんなこと。
I know that.
私は二人の気持ちを裏切ったんだ。
I know that they trusted me. I know that I betrayed them.
だから二人のことを思うと辛くて。
Thinking about them hurts so much. You're stringing this out with this tearjerker stuff. What's the plan?
胸が張り裂けるほど苦しくて。
My chest feels like it's going to explode. The
コメ
guilt.
ジさんもね、
And Komeji, too.
あなたのお父さんも復讐なんて
I'm sure he
望んで
did.
なかったと思うわ。
I'm sure he didn't want you to avenge his death.
ごめん、みんな本当に。
Come on. And after she regained her composure, we asked Mame about the Nirvana initiative. Here we go. But she told me what we saw in the Somnium was the full extent of what she knew. She had no more information to add. It's almost 11. Not much time left. We need to find where the plan is going to take place.
あったく、一体どうすりゃいいんだ。
Damn it. What do we do?
とにかく落ち着いて。
We need to stay calm.
冷静になって考えてみましょ
Keep a level head and think. Solve the puzzle.
ねえ、根本的なこと聞くけど、
Can I ask a stupid question?
テアラ、ウルーに殺された3人はどうして体を半分に切り裂かれたんだろう。
Why did terror slice people in half?
そんなこと聞いてどうするってんだ。
Why does that even matter at this point?
いいから答えて。
Just think about it. Why?
地下室に切断機があったからじゃないの？
Because the slicer was in the basement?
それって理由になってないよね。
Yeah, but that's not the reason. That's something to do with chakras.
殺害の手段は他にいくらでもあったはずだからな。
There are plenty of other ways to kill.
ウルーは自分の内臓を奪われたことで震えとホラドリの2人を激しく恨んでいた。
Uru despised Jin and Shikara because they took his organs.
だからできるだけむごたらしい方法で殺そうと。
So he wanted to kill them in the cruelest way he could think of.
だったらコメジさんはどうして？
That's not really that cruel because it kills you really fast if you get sliced in half. But why kill Komeji the same way?
ウルーの大事なものを奪ったからよ。
Because he took something important from Uru. That's not a very cruel way to kill somebody because it was a pretty quick machine, right? I mean, killing somebody is cruel in itself, don't get me wrong.
6年前の2月11日未明、
6 years ago on February 11th,
コメジさんはミセタンの屋上遊園地にあった死体をスーツケースに入れて持ち去ってしまった。
Komeji took the corpse from the rooftop amusement park in his suitcase.
震えの左半身だな。
Right, Jin's left half.
そう。それでコメジさんはウルーの怒りを買って。
And that must have angered him.
だけど、震えとホラドリに対する怒りとは全然レベルが違うはずだよね。
Maybe, but the amount of anger would be nothing compared to what he felt for Jin and Shikara.
そういえば確か、しぐれはこんなことを。
I recall something Tokiko said.
あなたたちが HB 事件と呼んでいるもの、
What you called the HB case
それは計画の一部に過ぎません。
is but a small part of the plan.
うん。そこがポイントなんだよ。
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
3人の体は計画のために切り裂かれた。っ
The three of them were sliced in half as part of the plan, and Tokiko maybe as well.
てことは、きっと配置された場所にも意味があって。
There must be some kind of meaning behind the bodies being cut in half and left in specific places. Let's see.
まず震えの右半身はドバイタの天井から降ってきたんだったな。
The right half of Jin Furue's body was the one that fell from the ceiling of Devaita, right?
左半身はさっきも言ったけど、ミセタンの屋上遊園地にあったはずよ。
The left half was found in the Mizumi-Satan rooftop amusement park, like we said earlier.
ホラドリの右半身は関場女子の教室で発見され、
Chikara Horadori's right half was found at Sakiba High classroom.
左半身は代々木公園で見つかった。
And his left half was found at Yoyagi Park.
コメジの右半身は震えと同じスタジオドバイタに。
Andes Komeji's right half was found at Studio Devaita just like Jin's.
左半身も震えと同じよ。屋上遊園地のステージ上にあったわ。
His left half was also the same as Jin's on the stage of the rooftop amusement park.
なんでだろ
う。I wonder why.
どうしてコメジの死体は震えと同じ場所に？
Why put Komeji's body in the same places?
多分その地点が重要だったからだと思う。
The location must be important somehow.
屋上遊園地に設置された震えの左半身はコメジによって取り除かれてしまった。
Jin Furue's body was disturbed and removed from the scene by Yonoharo Inda, aka Andes Komeji.
だからコメジの死体を使ってもう一度それをやり直す必要があったと。
There must be some kind of significance to replacing the body at that location, this time using Komeji's.
いや、意味がわからん。どういうことだ？
I don't follow. What does it mean?
チャクラは単なる点に過ぎないので、切り分けることができません。
Chakras are points. By definition, a point cannot be reduced further. It cannot be severed from itself.
したがって、右半身のチャクラと左半身のチャクラ、その間には見えない線が引かれることになります。
He's trying to connect those 2 points. So he's trying to connect the rooftop amusement park at Misatan, which is where you shoot the rocket, to Studio Devaita, and so the place we go is Studio Devaita, right? So the chakras will remain tethered between the left and right hand sides of the body.
まるで糸のように。
Like a string.
縦糸と横糸の交点。ほころびはそこに生じるんだ。
And I guess that's like a pimp in Japanese. The intersection between the warp and weft, that's where the seam can occur.
つまり、
Well, that would mean
ニルバーナ構想が実行される地点は
the Nirvana initiative is happening at Finding the Nirvana Initiative. This map will assist you. Use this to infer the plan where the plan will take place. When you figure out the location, choose, close the map, and tell everyone. Okay, so Studio Devita is there. And then Rooftop Amusement Park. Misaton is 6, so that's there. Okay. Devita. This is kind of like a Remember 11 type thing here. So we have this line. And are the other two going to be do things? So you have Yoyogi Park, yep. And I'm guessing this right here is going to be the Tsukiba High. Yes, it is. Which means the answer is this one, which is the stadium. Okay. Boss. Wait, boss's residence? The stadium.
そうか、そういうことか。
Yeah, that makes sense.
これで分かったわね。
We have our answer. Right.
TC パージを搭載したロケットだ。
The rocket carrying TC Purge.
それが発射される場所は
We launched from. That's right.
国立競技場だよ。
The stadium. Oh. Now, will her heart go out? That's the problem. We don't have Ryuki here. Welcome to the Holy Land, the Mecca of all mankind.
テアラ。
染月ウルーだな。
Terra Uru Somazuki. I predicted that this would happen, so I prepared a few videos. You're watching one of them. If this version is being used, it probably means I am no longer alive. But no matter. This world is a simulation. My real body is somewhere else. This stadium can hold 80,000 people. I would have preferred to watch the beginnings of this great project with everyone else, but I guess that's not possible at this point.
そういえば、ニルバーナ X には計画の日時と場所を示す暗号が。
There is a code in the Nirvana X video that indicated the time and place of this plan.
結局暗号は解けなかったけど、多分それはここ、特立競技場を示していて。
We were never able to crack it, but it probably would have led us here.
本当なら、暗号を解いた人たちは一斉にここに集まる予定になってたのね。
The plan was probably to have everyone who cracked the code assemble here.
ニルバーナ集められて
Nirvana collected.
みんな死ぬ。
Genocide.
だが現在競技場の周囲は機動隊によって封鎖されている。
Currently, the stadium is surrounded by riot police.
半径500メートルの範囲内は立ち入り禁止になっていて、その中には警察も自衛隊も踏み込むことはできない。
Barriers have been erected at over 500 yards out in every direction. Even the police and National Guard are not permitted in this no-go zone.
TC パージに感染する恐れがあるためだ。
Should help mitigate the spread of TC purge.
だから誰も来てないのか。
Guess that's why no one's here. A trivial matter. It's unfortunate that the audience is so thin, but the plan will proceed regardless. Once the rocket explodes in the atmosphere, TC purge will spread for miles. How many people live in that area? Do you think tens of thousands will contract the virus? Mankind is about to experience a turning point in history. The Nirvana Initiative. When complete, every single person in the world will reach Moksha. And it all starts here in this humble stadium. Eventually, our descendants, which there won't be any, will see this place as a holy site. The Mecca where mankind was emancipated. Except they will be emancipated, so no one will be able to get here anymore. But whatever.
ねえ、あいつのたわごとにいつまで付き合ってるつもり？
Hey, how much longer are we gonna play this game?
そうだな。とっととロケット弾を始末しないと。
Yeah, we gotta do something about the rocket. But
見当たらないわね。
where is it?
X 線で辺りを調べてみたが、それらしきものはどこにも。
I attempted to scan the area with X-ray, but I did not find anything.
じゃあ探すしかないね。
I guess I'll have to look harder.
ええ、ロケット弾は必ずどこかにあるはずよ。
The rocket has to be around here somewhere.
だったらあいつらに手伝ってもらうか。
Should we get them to help?
なんか暇そうにしてるし。
It seems like they could use something to do.
相棒、現在時刻は
Aiba, what time is it now?
午前11時20分。
11:20 a.m.
正午まであと40分か。
40 minutes till noon. You can fight it all you like. This is not a battle you will win.
連中のことは私に任せて、まとめて排除するから。
Leave the people to me. I'll get them all at once.
その間に二人はロケット弾の捜索を。
You two go look for the rocket.
何言ってるの？
What are you talking about?
だって伊達は片目しか見えないし、ネーネの方は。
Well, Date is blind in one eye, and Nene, you're.
心臓のことなら大丈夫よ。心配しないで。
Don't worry about my heart. I'll be fine.
けど、いいから、うだうだ言ってないで行くわよ。
Enough talk. Let's get going.
じゃあおっぱい見るとするか。
Yeah, let's get groping.
え？
What?
間違えた。おっぱじめるとするか。
I mean, let's get going.
水木、後でこいつのことも排除。
Mizuki, please allow me to terminate Date after all this is over.
了解。
Not if I do it first. Okay, I can't save in here, so I guess I have to do it. I really like to save right now. But it won't let me. It's like driving dully through. What are the black wearing guys? What significance do they have? China's not in on this.
安心しろ。殺しはしない。装填されているのはスタンダンだ。
Well, also it's a Nuchikoshi game and everyone lives at the end, so.
行くぞ。
うん。
Quick time events final.
何ボケっとしてんのよ。ねえねえ、ありがとう。でも心臓は？だから大丈夫だって言ってるでしょ。さあ行くわよ。
X 線モード起動。
あいつ
アシストする。
大丈夫か？
ごめん。
お前は下がってろ。
そんなわけ。
お前のために言ってんじゃねえ。水木のためだ。水木のために絶対に死ぬな。まあお前も水木だが。
だって
とにかくお前は休んでろ。いいな。
Okay, gotta have Machina here. Who's gonna Ryuki Machina?
水木、お前は強い子だ。一人でもなんとかなるだろう。もしかして伊達のところに？あいつはポンコツだからな。私がいないとどうにも。わかった、こっちは任せて。いやー、久しぶりの実家は落ち着くな。
何しに来た？
印鑑を取りに来たんだよ。住民票を移すのに必要でな。だいぶこっぴどくやられてるみたいじゃないか。手を貸してやろ
う。お前の手なんかいらん。その代わり目を貸してくれ。
よかろう。思う存分使うといい。
じゃあ行くぞ。
伊達、6時の方向。
了解。
ジャンプしろ。
He died. What's special about this guy? That guy.
で、ロケット弾はどこだ？
Of course it's purple and black.
あれが
ロケット弾？
いや、ロケット弾というより
ロケットそのものじゃない。
弾が
効かない。
The bullets, they are not going through. Too bad. I can read you like a book. I imagine you are quite shocked by this wall in front of you. It emits electromagnetic waves. Oh, that's how it works. Now we know how to stop it. Then use rubber bullets. Can repel any metallic object.
解析してみた。どうやらテアラの言ったことは事実らしい。
Analysis complete. What Terror said is true.
じゃあどうすりゃいいんだよ。
Then what do we do?
待て、最後まで聞くんだ。
Let me finish.
金属製の物体であれば、テアラはそう言ったろ。
Terror specified metallic objects.
つまり、
Therefore,
生身の肉体なら
use your
あ
body.
の壁を突破できるのね。
You can get through. Correct, but no eyeballs though.
だったら余裕だよ。
Sounds easy enough.
私とネーネなら素手であのロケット破壊できると思うし。
Nene and I should be able to destroy the rocket with our bare hands.
神社の大木も切り倒したぐらいだからな。
Yeah, you did kick down that tree at the
そ
shrine.
れじゃあさ。
Let's go.
おい、マジかよ。
You can't be serious.
なんで？
Why? It is time my servants awaken. You could just shoot the rocket. Told you I could read you like a book. I knew you would use stun bullets.
絶縁体だ。
Insulation.
奴ら内部に絶縁体のスーツを。
They're all wearing insulated suits. This is like the stupid trope. Like, he could just shoot the rocket and then the rocket would be shot and then that would be this over. There would be need to fight this. It would just be shot. There would just be a rocket. But no, for some reason we have to wait for the good guys to be able to destroy it first before we shoot it.
でも私とネーネの打撃は？
What if Nene and I hit him? They've all contracted TC purge. The neural circuits in their brains are all misfiring. In other words, their minds are glitching out.
相棒、残り時間は？
But how much time do we have? Oh, they're all gonna get purged at the end because they're gonna contract it contagiously from these guys?
あと20分だ。
20 minutes. I thought you might get bored if it was the same thing the whole way through, so this boss has to have stages. I had them recolored. Although I guess technically it's more uncolored. This festival is almost at an end. Enjoy it while it lasts. Okay, stage bosses. It's a really bad time.
とにかく時間がない。
We're running out of time.
ロケットに近づくにはまず連中の存在を排除しないと。
I can't save. To get close to the rocket, we need to do something about these guys.
スタンダーも打撃も効かないのに。
But stun bullets don't work, right?
なら物理的に動かなくするまでだ。
We'll have to use brute force.
そうね。彼らには悪いけど。
I agree. Sorry, people, but
どうするつもり？
They're already gone. They're all corrupted by the hiss anyway. We can just destroy them willy-nilly. How, what are you going to do?
決まってるだろ
Is it
手
obvious?
足の骨を折るのよ。
I'm going to break their bones. And then all their bones are metallic or something.
弾は
実弾に変えた。だが狙うのは手足だけだ。おい、どういうことだ。
6年前にも見たわ。光学迷彩よ。でも大丈夫。サーモモードを使えば。
伊達とお前はな。だがもう一人の水木は。
心配しないで、なんとかするから。
なんとかって。
いいから行くよ。うわー！だって私たちも。
Tab. X. Wait. Machine of some sort. Who's
Get rid of them. Roger that.
Nani かっこつけてんのよ。
She got shot though.
弾。
Maybe it was like stunned.
っていうか、遅すぎる。今まで何やってたのよ。
ごめん、途中で機動隊に捕まっちゃって。
バリケードを突破できたのは。
みんなどうして。
Nanny and Bate are still fighting. Ota, Iris, and Kizzy are in their armored car running amok. They pulled over and got off, leaving Moma inside. And... giant key. I can explain.
甘めの未来を守るため。
Protect Amame.
父さんの無念を晴らすため。
To avenge my father.
テアラの思い通りにさせはしない。
We won't let terror win.
奴の計画をぶっ潰しに来たんだ。
We're gonna ruin his stupid plan.
というわけだ。
So yeah.
そっか、それはありがたいけど。
Okay, I'm glad you're all here, but you can't actually see these guys.
ショーマ君も。
Shoma?
何？僕は戦力にはならないっていうの？
What, you saying I can't help?
だって。
Well.
そう思ってるんだとしたら大間違いだ。
Got Tsugumi export power. If you think that, you're mistaken.
この中で最強の武器を持ってるのは彼なんだからね。
Is the most powerful weapon here.
それは。
You mean?
起爆スイッチだよ。
The detonator.
指紋認証の機能がついてるから僕しか押せないんだ。
It has a fingerprint lock, so only I can use it.
起爆スイッチってもしかして。
The detonator for.
そう。あのテルミット爆弾の。
Yep, the thermite bomb.
水木ちゃん。もしかして。
Mizuki, think about it.
あのロケットを破壊すれば全てが終わるって思ってない。
Do you think destroying the rocket will really stop the plan?
そう簡単にはいかないみたいだぜ。
I don't think it's going to be that easy.
仮にロケットの発射を阻止できたとしても、
Even if it's prevented from taking off,
きっとテアラーのことだから自動的に弾頭が炸裂する仕組みになっていて、
I'm sure Terra rigged it to explode,
そうしたら TC パージは辺りに飛散。
which would still spread TC purge.
風に乗って周辺の地域へ飛んでいき、
The wind would carry it,
結果的に被害が出ることに変わりはないんだよ。
and ultimately the damage would be the same.
上空で散布されるより初期の感染者が少なくて済むってだけでね。
There would just be fewer initial infections.
じゃあ
So what's your plan?
そこでこいつの出番ってわけ。
That's where the thermite comes
テル
in.
ミット反応は3000度の熱を発生させる化学反応。
Thermite reaction can rate temperatures up to 3000
そ
degrees.
れだけの高温なら TC パージを焼き尽くすことができるはずよ。
TC purge would get burned up in something that hot.
拡散を防ぐにはそれ以外に方法はないんだ。
It's the only way we can stop it from spreading.
でも爆弾って金属でできてるんだよね。
Isn't the thermite bomb made of metal?
だとしたら防御壁を突破することは
How is it going to get past the wall?
大丈夫。
No worry.
あの壁は内側にある装置によって形成されてるはずだから。
That reflecting wall must be controlled from inside somehow.
壁の内部に侵入して装置を破壊するや。
We just gotta get in and break whatever device controls it.
防御壁を消すことが
And that will stop it from working?
おそらくね。
Yes, it will because plot. We have to say it's like Star Wars. The ceremony is almost over. There are less than 10 minutes left. We are so close. The simulated world is coming to an end. All of mankind will be emancipated and achieve true freedom for the first time. Rejoice, it is a blessing. Play cue Beethoven 9. Let's all enjoy this blessing together. You will all be delivered to the real world.
I'm
home.
相棒どうしたの？
Aiba, what are you
っ
doing?
ていうか早くこっちへ。みんなに見られちゃうじゃん。
Get over here, you're gonna get caught.
サーモモード異常なし。バッチリ見えるよ。
Thermal mode running on all cylinders, I can see it all.
で、戻ってきた理由は？
So why'd you come
伊
back?
達に追い出された。
Date rejected me.
え？
What?
お前なんかいなくても大丈夫。
I don't need you.
水木をサポートしてやってくれ。だ
Go
が
help
さ、
Mizuki.
あいつ。
That guy.
みんな時間がないの。よく聞いて。
We're running out of time, everyone.
今龍騎以外の3人には敵の姿は見えてないと思う。
I don't think any of you can see the enemies except Ryuki.
でも連中の迷彩機能は衝撃を与えると解除できるみたいで、
If you apply enough force, you can break the camouflage function.
だからまず私が先陣を切って突っ込んでいくから。
So I'm gonna lead the way.
俺たちは水木ちゃんがボコって見えるようになった敵に対し
Follow your lead and beat up anyone we see, huh?
追い打ちをかければいいというわけだな。
Well, after you make them visible?
だけど翔馬くんは別。
But not you, Shoma.
え？
翔馬くんはここで待機だ。
Shoma, you need to stay back.
君がやられちゃったら起爆装置が使えなくなっちゃうから。
To get you, we won't be able to use the thermite. Oh no, just chop his hand off and put it on the detonator.
わかったよ。
Fine.
というわけで
Okay.
みんな準備はいい？
You all ready?
力を貸して。
I'll need your help.
人類の未来のために。
For the future of mankind.
おっしゃ一丁やったろうじゃねえか。
Yeah, let's go. Now somehow it's gonna seem like she just wasn't shot or something. She got shot with 2 bullets, one through the shoulder and one through like the for her lung. Iris is doing something that's gonna matter later.
よし行こう。
キズナッチ、それは
助手席にあったので。熊倉組のでしょ。
そうだけど。
それじゃあキズナッチ、思いっきり行ってみようか。はい、では参ります。ざけんじゃねえぞこの野郎。
マジかよ。
どこだ、どこにいる。
うりゃ。
おい龍騎、しっかりしろ。
伊達さん、計画を阻止してください。僕の罪は許されないから。
バカ、何言ってんだ。俺はとっくの昔にお前のことを。
伊達さん、ありがとうございます。
ダメだ、死ぬな。死ぬんじゃない。正義のヒーローは死なねえんだよ。昔からそういう風に決まってんだ。
Well, no one cares if he dies anyway.
龍騎
Whatever.
龍騎
水木、時間がない。龍騎のことは後だ。
相棒、時間は
あと5分だ。急げ。水木、3分を切ったぞ。
うるさい、黙ってて。
水木、先に行け。
こっちはなんとかする。
なんだあいつ。
いいから行くよ。
Not fine. The boss guy. Oh, W, DNA, X, space, enter. Do your best.
大丈夫、まだ間に合うわ。ちょっとどうするつもり？決まってるでしょ。どりゃもう少しで。そんな。水木。ねえ爆弾を。わかった。いけ
Rip
しょうま
Bite.
くん、今よ。起爆して。
Roll credits. Ah, no suspense.
「計画は無事に」
ありがとう、水木。こちらこそ。水木。
はあ、やれやれ。
水木
いやー、それにしてもよかったよかった。
I still can't save. But everything worked
二
out.
人ともご苦労だったわね。
Good job, you
あ
two.
れからも
How long's it
う
been?
1週間経ってるけど。
A week now.
未だ興奮冷めやらずって感じなのさ。
I know, I'm still feeling all tingly about it
こ
too.
の喜びは半年は持ちそうよ。
It'll wear off in 6 months or so. Yes. Whew. I won't read that. I was trying to get certain stats to roll. Okay. that